Cause you won't look after my wounds. I suppose you will never regret it. I should pull myself up from the roof. Cause you fucking love it when I fade. Cause you won't look after my wounds. I suppose you will never regret it. I should pull myself up from the roof. Cause you fucking love it when I fade.
Hello everybody! How are y'all doing today? JK with that first, Cloak coming in second with the... yeah, in this economy, yeah, that's just wishful thinking. How is everybody doing? Because I'm doing something, that's for sure. I'm absolutely doing something. But I am excited to get back into the game. We did get our first ending last week. We're gonna see, like, we're probably gonna complete most of what's left of the game, except maybe, like, the DLCs that came later. Like the free updates. I don't know how long those take. So we're definitely going to, get most of what's left out of this game today. We'll see if that's the end. But I know that, JK's been enjoying the sequel, so that's neat. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad that there's still some quality content here. Oh, forgive me for needing a second to, like, ground myself. I was in the heat of a very intriguing conversation about the effects of the internet on like children's ability to learn language. You know. That's just how I spend my spare time. I have these deep conversations with people sometimes, and I'm just like, oh wait, was I doing something else? And then before you know it, it's almost 2 p.m. But I am glad to see you, and we'll be getting right into the game here. Alright. There we go. Let's turn off the music and get the game all booted up. I always say those deep connections are more important than time. Wow. Wow. Well said. I mean, I also made shit posts with the Void Reigns Upon Her Heart community, so, you know, Get you a girl who can do both. Alright, question of the day. How long does the franchise have to be before it's unreasonable to expect somebody to have experienced all of it? That's the question of the day. How long does the franchise have to be before it's unreasonable to expect someone to have experienced all of it? I have an answer, but if you guys want to answer, go ahead. Go ahead and answer. You know, there's no limit to how long a question of the day can be. Okay. We're gonna get back into the game. Alright. When we last left off, looks like they need a small update here. Because it's out now. Yeah, so we're on cycle 46, and we just gotten an ending, where we help, Lem and Mina, escape the eye. So we're gonna have to make the harder choice now of, you know, saying bye. 1, any length, because it doesn't matter, but 2, maybe about 3 entries. Yeah, exactly. You know, like, you're covering your bases there. Because, yeah, it's unreasonable to expect anybody to have, like, watched anything. But if they're into a series, then, like, you know, experiencing 3 is kind of you know, kind of like the limit of where most people would go if they were going to partake in a series. Except, hear me out though. Like, Final Fantasy games are very, very long. So, honestly, I think the reasonable assumption would be, have you played a Final Fantasy game? Cool, you're in the fandom now, you know? I wouldn't go like, oh, you need to play 3 whole Final Fantasy games. But that's just me as a not Final Fantasy fan. Oh, God. That is a lot of parts, yeah. 3 movies, 3 seasons, feel reasonable to consume if it's quality content to the taste of the hypothetical person, but any longer than that's a commitment. Yeah. And it also depends, like, are we talking about modern, like, Netflix series, like, seasons, which could be, like, 12 to 6 episodes, or are we talking about, like, old school 26 episode seasons, right? Like, what are we talking about here? Alright, we're in the game now, and jerk. So we need to, still head on up, and, so here's the thing. We did make a deal to get Lem and Mina on this spaceship, and by not going on the spaceship with them, we are going to be breaking a deal that we made. And so, we're gonna be in a bit of trouble. Look how much money I have. It's not a lot. We're gonna need to play very careful in the coming, cycles. Yeah, thankfully in a couple days we're gonna have another job at Bliss's Bay. The problem, of course, being, the last job we did not get paid for. You know, it might be simply that, you know, there was some thievery going on. See, I do expect Epic Fantasy to take a bigger commitment. That's part of the appeal, so you might say read the first 3 books, even though they're super long, but only to someone who likes Epic Fantasy. True. Alright. Let's get this out of the way. There's a crowd you spot Lem and Mina immediately as you enter the dock. They are waiting at the cordon, where Celis security are checking the crew in to board the ship. Those that manage to get up to the hub are crowded near the entrance, but even they know their chance of getting on board has long gone. I wait. Something stops you calling out to Lem. Maybe it's fear or nerves, or just the need to take a little longer in this moment before your world changes once more. A decision was made, you reason. There's no point in rethinking it again and again. All you can do is move forward in its shadow until so many cycles pass that you forget it was ever there. Lem spots you among the crowd. Sleeper, we're here! They are standing beside a bag which looks to carry all the possessions they have. It's small enough to be carried in one hand. Bloop. You ready? Lem smiles nervously. Well, I guess so. He hefts the bag. I hope they'll let us take this on board. Got our whole life in here. You head over to the Celes ID film. You hand over the ID film to Lem, keeping your own. He turns it back and forth in the light. Where'd your friend even get this picture, Sleeper? Looks like my old Conway ID. You look, and a shimmering younger Lem stares at the film, harder and clean-cut. I spoke to the guard here. He nods to the white and green-clad security officer. They'll be doing orientation and role assignment on board. Sounds like we are going to be working under the core crew. Kind of like an intern. He laughs. What do you think, Meanie? Am I too old to be an intern? Speaking of epic fantasy, you're doing game writing, so goodbye, Cloak. I'll see you later. And he's already so gone. Following Lem's lead, you inspect your ID. As you lift the film up to the light, you see something strange, something that makes you flinch. The face printed on the film is one you recognize immediately, but it is not you. At least not how you look now. You squint at this ghost, confused why you hadn't noticed earlier. It's a picture you remember being taken. A memory you didn't know you had. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. You remember the SNARP employee who helped you in, her smile clean and surgical. You freeze in place, thinking of the you that still sleeps somewhere in an SNARP facility, that won't wake until you are recovered and disposed of. And now you're leaving. Will they ever wake up? Sleeper? Lem interrupts your thoughts. These guys want us to board. You stare at him without thinking, then notice the guard gesturing you both to come forward. You all kick off and float over to them, steadying yourselves on the guardrail. You hang back, letting Lem present his ID film first. The guard slides it across a white machine, much like the one Castor printed them from. You reflexively rub the puncture mark on your hand, even though there's no trace of it now. It seems to be your destiny to be someone else's tool. Lem and Mina are waved through, the guard smiling at her excited face. Lem turns back to check you are coming. The guard beckons you closer. Wait. You wait for a moment. You need to wait for a moment. This is all happening too fast, changing too much. There are so many questions you have, so many threads to catch hold of, and yet here you are, boarding a ship to who knows where, on a journey that will take decades. Reconsider. Is this really what you want? How you'll even survive? You suddenly feel dizzy, unsettled. You can make out the concerned look on Lem's face as you hold back. The guard gestures again. Mina's eyes looking back at you are so bright in the starlight. Stay on the eye. You can't do it. You can't get on that ship. You turn away quickly, trying not to look at Lem, to look at Mina, to meet their eyes. You turn away and kick hard off the guardrail. When you reach the far wall, you turn back. The scene continues in front of you as if nothing has changed. The next set of people are boarding. The crowds are still gathered at the cordon. The sidereal horizon still blinks, its yellow hull bright against the stars. And there are Lem and Mina, gliding up toward the docking bridge, bag in hand. Lem is facing away, focused on the steady climb, but Mina is in his arms and facing back toward you. You watch her face, confused, sullen, but twinkling with a growing excitement as Lem carries her forward. As you watch Mina, you think about your future, about the future you might choose. You know one thing for certain. That future is on the eye. You no longer have any enthusiasm for being carried forward by the dreams of others, for grand futures that unfold like angelic wings across the horizon. The future is being made now on this spinning ring among its people and its systems. You are sure of that. But as you watch Mina disappear into the entrance of the sidereal horizon, and much later when you watch the ship pull away, you feel a sense of longing. A longing to be carried. Not by the systems that spin the suns or the corporations that run the colonies, but by love. Towards an uncertain future, just as Mina was. You think that is the future you wish to make on Erlin's Eye. Alright, I didn't think the credits would roll then, too. Otherwise, I probably would have done that last night as well. Okay. Maybe gameplay will just keep going on after the credits roll. Well, it's okay then. I'll just keep going. We've got more stuff to do. Maybe this just means that the whole time I was actually doing a 100% achievement run of the game. Maybe that's what it means. I don't know. There's probably a chance I already locked myself out of an achievement somewhere, so, I don't know. This is my first playthrough, man. Alright. Yay! We get to live this day 3 times, maybe! Gotta keep hydrated, gotta keep hydrated. Continue. Do we go back to the main menu, or do we fade back in on the eye, but, like, saved now? Let's see. Okay, it is permanent. Alright. We're in the post-game now! A strange choice. Castor stands beside you at the rail, watching the pinpricks of light from the Sidereal Horizon's drives disappear. Hey, man! Hey! What's up, man? But perhaps not unexpected. You turn to look, and Castor is beaming at you with an unsettling warmth. What do you want? Castor rolls his eyes. Please, Sleeper, we know each other by now. I only wish for you to exercise this strong drive of yours. If it happens to align with my own, then that is pleasing for me, but if it does not, I cannot punish you. What about the Sidereal? Castor looks out at the stars. I will do my best to follow its progress. He pauses. Celes itself is of more concern. Sandra Celes has taken a step back from the public eye. It seems some internal struggles are playing out within their pristine halls. Castor sighs. But I doubt core politics are of much concern to you. Castor moves down along the rail. The eye, though, that seems to be your primary concern, am I right? Well, I have some unfinished business. Besides, do they have the medicine that I need on this ship? I don't know for sure. I don't know. Like, I know I die eventually, but who knows how long and painful that is. I mean, from the cutscenes, it seems to be implied that, you survive a while. But, like, who knows, I might live longer here. He pats on the back. Don't we all? It's the nature of life to leave things unfinished. I have many more projects than I can count. So many games still to play and things to learn. May your future cycles be as fruitful as my own. Castor turns and starts to clunk away in his mag boots. I will be keeping an eye on you if you don't mind, Sleeper. He waves as he walks. My curiosity remains piqued. Once he leaves, you stay a little longer at the rail, watching the stars. Imagining the look on Mina's face when she sees Celes 1 for the first time. Imagining the excitement when she first touches its soil. The joy when she first stands outside in the rain, laughing. Those images, though they will not happen for decades, are what will carry you through this cycle, and perhaps the next one too. Yeah, she'd be an adult. She'd be like in her 20s or 30s. Damn. Alright. We got places to go. I need food. Oh, well, the ship's here. They'll feed me. They'll keep me fed. We don't have anything to... We don't have any, like, scrap to repair with anymore. Actually, that's for condition, not energy. Yeah. We could just help with the, Yeah, we could just help with the crew. Do I want to burn my 6 here? I mean, we got a reroll still, so... Oh,
Let's have a drink.
cheers. And stretch, alright. Stretch your arms out, and then up, and stretch, 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 and slowly lower them down to your sides. Stretch over to the left, and stretch, 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 and back. And stretch over to the right, and stretch, 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 and back. And we're gonna twist that spine, twist, 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 and back. And we're gonna twist the spine the other way, and we're gonna bump our elbow on the bookshelf. That's how much we're stretching. Oh my goodness. Thank you for helping me take care of myself. Alright. Let's do it, just so we don't get hurt. Look at that! Some food. Thank you very much. Tomorrow we're gonna get even more free food, so we don't need to worry about, like, extra energy. Right, we have to do some patrols to earn Yannick's trust to progress that storyline. Right. That's one of the things we're working on right now. Of course, we also have stuff on the Greenway, so there's a lot of safe stuff we can do out there. Well, do we get hurt? Ooh, okay, okay. Okay, minus to energy on that one. Okay. Well, I'll still get a snack tomorrow. Oh, nice. That one's nice and safe now. Alright. We can come back to that, like, tomorrow. If I remember correctly, we still have, like, we just cleaned out the aviary, right? Yeah, we need more seeds, more spores. This is just risky. Oh, but failure is so much energy. Oh, that's bad. Working the stacks is safe. Yeah, why not? Why not? Oh, we didn't get a ton of money. That's fine. That's fine, it's just a little bonus. We're getting free food tomorrow, it's gonna be okay. Let's sleep out here. Alright. End cycle. Alright. We didn't get any more upgrade points for that, right? No. No. At this point, we need 3 points to upgrade it all. Which is fine. Let's go pick up some food. Emphys! Emphys, it's been so long, I don't even remember what voice I gave you. Emphys is preparing the gear oil caps. He's had to heavily adapt this recipe, he says, but the smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish white bulb you've never seen before, and he is slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushrooms, then places them in the wok with the sliced bulb and the oil. They caramelize there in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent and opaque, and then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. We have a moment, sleeper, he smiles. Do you have a story? Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia, something distant and melancholic. It seems like the story should match that feeling somehow, and maybe you will feel better for telling it. Call your oldest memories. You start by explaining that you are emulated from a person. Many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it's an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable, or perhaps it's a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit you don't really know. What you do know is that some memories survive, and on that occasion they come back to you, like shadows passing overhead. You detail one recurring memory, which, despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it is familiar, always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you've forgotten something important, but just can't bring it to mind. Emphis nods throughout, cooking as he does with deft and skillful movements. You start to trail off when you realize you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel like both yours and someone else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with a certain sadness. The sadness of remaining forever unknown, even to yourself. Emphis finishes cooking and meets your eye. I'm sorry, Sleeper, for your troubles. He puts the wok to one side. I appreciate you sharing with me, he smiles. I hope it lightens you a little. He passes you a bowl and heaps the oils onto it, their yellow color mixing with the pale sauce and whirls and blooms. Eat. The dish is delicious, filling. It warms you as you eat in a way you weren't sure your body could even be warmed. It's a small mercy, you think, that Essenarp left you this pleasure. Yeah, thank goodness we can taste stuff. Or it warms you still, like food. I want to be able to still eat food. Like, Jesus, oh. It's a simple thing that, every human can relate to. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experience. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experience must be met. That is why you breathe even when you do not need air. Without that stimulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it, to produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power. So much is wasted. And yet, while you eat this food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Emphis takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything more. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways back into the Bright Market, somehow changed. See, that's some min-maxing right there. So we need Matsutakes, huh? 2 handfuls of caps, freshly sourced. Okay. I'm sure we'll find a way to do that at some point. Is it safe to... Okay, it's risky to build this still. Well... definitely want to work on that soon as well. Let's work on the dangerous one first. Of course, we don't need a full success anymore, but it's gonna hurt if I don't succeed. So maybe I should. Yeah, alright. You almost laugh when you see it. The same small recorder stuck to a different wall this time. Written across the fluorescent tape is that familiar word. Sleeper. You grab it quickly. Rabbi Yasha, sorry. Sabine's voice sparks up once again. She said she didn't have time to brief you before setting you up with the old man. I'm sure you've got the play by now. Aren't his trust worth the block? Then we need you to get into his office. A pause. It's risky, but obviously you are the only one of us he doesn't already know. Either way, we need to locate the link to Essenarp. You hear a shout in the careful of the recording. Rabbi says be careful. Sabine continues. The data suggests there's some relay processing the implant data and sending it to Essenarp, but we can't lock down its position. Either he is moving it, or it's moving itself, or it is rerouting through other relays. We can't understand it. Maybe you can find some details on it in his office. Once he trusts you, you should be able to get close enough to get into the office. You'll only get one shot. The recording creaks and whines. That's the final piece of the puzzle to end this. A pause. Good luck, Sleeper. I'm sorry, too. Be safe. The recording clicks off, leaving you in silence. You pocket the recorder just in case and walk away. Looks like it's up to you. Okay, so... Well, you know what? Let's... The ability to reroll dice, you missed that. Yeah, it's really powerful. It's so OP. I can understand why they would need to nerf or remove that. Like, yeah, I mean, see, look. Boom, I succeed immediately, you know? Alright. You look at the countermeasure on the drawer. It looks like some kind of shock trap. If you'd grab the drawer, you'd likely have thousands of volts running through your system right now. You wince. Once you find the anchor points, it comes away easily enough. You prise it from the drawer quickly and quietly, then listen for footsteps in the corridor outside. Nothing. All clear for now. You slide the drawer open, looking for other countermeasures that might be inside, expecting to see a chunk of tech, the relay, but as you slip it open, all you see is a handful of wires and an empty implant cradle. Is this some kind of mistake? You freeze for a moment, unsure what to do next. Why keep an implant cradle so carefully guarded? You remember Yannick having an implant, a small plate on the side of his head, just above his ear. You assumed it was for hearing or vision. Those shimmering glasses of his come back to you in your memory. His strange movements, his speech. You look again on the cradle, and there it is, printed on the frame. Proprietary technology, property of SNOP. Each class even got a skill which they can never be proficient. Oh, so that way it actually makes a difference what character you pick? There we go. There we go. Because, like, that's one of my gripes for this game, right? Was that, like, in a way, is just like, oh, well, you get a start advantage, but, like, then you can negate your, like, disadvantage, like, immediately. And so basically all you're picking is the art. Which, I mean, it works, but, like... Why bother at that point? Do I not just have a character portrait you pick? So I'm glad that they're addressing that in the sequel. Alright. Rabia said the relay moved, that they couldn't get a fix on it. What if Yannick was the relay? The thought hits you like a shock. Yannick, with a remote relay implanted on it in his head, networked to every single implanted enforcer in the low end. A shudder runs through you. Is he even in control, or has SNRP wormed its way into the man? Could he even be considered separate from the corporation itself? You think of your own legal status as proprietary technology, a puppet with cut strings. Time to cut Yannick's strings, then. You reach around inside the cradle and find it, a remote connection, a tiny bead of a transmitter, likely controlling the link to SNRP. There it is. You pause for a moment, then you squeeze it. Snap it from the frame, and it crumples, sparks, and dies. It takes a moment before the shouts come, before the scream, and you're already on your way out down the corridor, down through the unit that serves as the lobby to Yannick's office. Then, out onto the walkway where Yannick lies still, enforcers gathered around him, bemused. Ugh. Honestly, if they've got cameras everywhere, it might be more suspicious if I just leave, right? You start with +1, 2 neutrals, 1 skill with -2, but upgradable and a permanent -2. Oh, damn! Oof. That's harsh. That is harsh. But, honestly, after a point, this game feels a little easy. I mean, I know I'm coasting with not too much money to my name right now, but I don't feel like I'm in danger, given I don't have to spend money for, like, food anymore. I just need dice. You know, it's interesting. It's an interesting choice, so they're at least making you think a little bit more in the sequel. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna approach. You push through the crowd, and there he is, still, crumpled. You arrange him a little, lie him down properly, feeling how thin his body is under his suit. You wonder how long he's been like this, a puppet for SNRP. With the connection cut, nothing remains but his body, which means that Yannick, the man, was gone a long time before now. I would not have touched it. If I knew approached meant, oh, I'm gonna touch him and move him around, I would have not approached. That seems like a bad idea. You place a hand on his chest. You are sorry for him, but it is done now. And you did not kill this man. You've seen enough. The connection is cut, and whatever Yannick was or had become is gone. Your anger is a hard core in your chest, and all of it is focused on SNARP. Well, alright, so in a couple days we'll go visit the office. Alright. Do. Right, that's some, like, other post-story stuff that we can do. I need spores. Go ahead, try it. Try it. Damn. Oh no! Oh man! Alright. Let's sleep and wait for the next day. End that cycle, man. Gotta make a living. Oh, right. I'm flickering. Right. I do need to, get myself some medicine. Right. That's part of the whole point of this game. Whoops. I need 64, don't I? Oh, I need 64. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. Do you have data to sell? A little bit. I don't know. Let me... yeah, it'll be enough. Yeah, sure. I'm not gonna use this for anything else. Most likely, and if I do need to use it for something else... Oh no! It's so hard to get a hold of that stuff, and... oh, I can't buy any more medicine right now. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, and, like, I can't, like, get this, you know, because, I already got that, and two, the signal's kind of stopped at this point, so, I imagine it's pretty hard. Hold on, let me, okay, Bliss's thing is ready next, cycle. So we'll have to go check in with Bliss then. Okay. Well then. I have some thoughts. First of all, if we can grab some extra scrap. We like if we can grab scrap, we can repair ourselves just enough to keep going. Okay, I need 2 technically. Okay. Ah, shit. Yeah, that would take away extra, wouldn't it? Okay, well now I'm at a net neutral. Because I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Okay, now I'm hungry. Emphas, I'm hungry. Thanks, man. Come on. There we go. Okay. Wonder how SNR feel after getting the DNR and then seeing through Yannick an evidently functioning sleeper. I don't know. Frankly, they're not doing a very good job. I'm not gonna lie, that, like, step up your game, ARP. Step up your damn game. Alright, let's just do a safe action. Alright. We'll do some repair work. It should mean that I should be able to coast for a little bit. Alright. We're gonna have to balance. Get some more scrap. Keep alive. Up the ante in the sequel. Oh, yeah. Alright. Oh. Right, of course. Of course. Bliss sent you to come check on me. Right, yeah. Sleeper. Moritz is waiting for you on your way out. How have you been? Surviving. The struggle. He glances around. He runs his hand through his hair. I've been meaning to ask you, Sleeper, what's it like? He pauses, suddenly unsure. I mean, you know, what does it feel like? To be a sleeper? Yeah, he shrugs, if you don't mind. It's hard. No doubt. He looks up. I have a lot of sympathy for it, having to find a place, having to survive, having no future. He looks down. A lot of people around here understand that. Moritz looks away, and you notice him for the first time, not just as Bliss's assistant, but as someone with their own worries, their own struggles, their own life. You feel bad for not noticing it earlier. Moritz looks back at you. Anyway, I got a message for you. Bliss sent me down. We've scored another contract, and she needs your help. That's the message. He pauses. Look, I know last time payment didn't come through, but you did good work. Bliss knows that. That's on her? She's doing her best, alright? I know. He nods. I'll see you up there. Moritz turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Time to help Bliss, and maybe this time, you think to yourself, it'll work out. You're spinning. Oh boy, I wonder what's gonna happen this time. Like, what's gonna go wrong this time? Alright, in order to keep myself secure, though, I'm gonna need to, get myself a little morning scrap. A little morning scrap. Yep. Uh-huh. Alright. We'll take a look, see what Bliss has got. Let's see, and you got 2 more days before I can progress you. I really do need to help with the still. I haven't helped at all. Alright. Huh. Interesting. Sycamore Seed. Haifa Farm Freighter. Uh-huh. Oh, jeez. The sycamore seed needs to be reinforced and sealed, otherwise the crop will be lost. The sycamore seed's internal biome is in trouble. Every action will bring it closer to collapse. That's so much on fragile biome to fail this one. Sacrifice section. Vent a section, you have a better chance of saving the remaining crops, but you'll lose some in the process. The question is, how many? Meanwhile, this one's safe. Welding in a zero-G farm is tricky. The torch, the heat, the sealant, everything can damage the crop you're trying to save. Well, this does a lot of saving the crop. Let's see. Hold on. We got a 100% success rate. Okay. So that's 6. That did a lot. Okay, I could only do it the one time. Yeah, this is delicate, but yeah, okay, that's a neutral outcome, okay. At this point, though, I think there's no way we're not doing it properly, unless this does also advance over time. It's a red one, so it would advance, right? No, there's no icon for it. Okay. Then again, how much? Okay, it's... Hang on. You know, I want more spores. The shipment can wait a little bit. Give me some food, bud. Give me some food. I'm such a fungus fan. I love fungus. Okay, yeah, I mean, we've talked about the fact that I love mushrooms, right? I mean, I can prove to you how much I love mushrooms. Just give me a second. Aha! This is how I can prove to you that I love mushrooms, okay? Hold on. I have a bookshelf down here, and this is a big book. Mushrooms Demystified! Okay, it's a guidebook for over 2,000 species of mushrooms. It's got actual mushroom stains on it from when I used it to identify mushrooms. There's like a whole bunch of in-color photographs. Yeah. And like, yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff in this book. How often do you see a book this thick, right? This also taught me how to use a flowchart. Because they want to make sure that people aren't just eating random mushrooms. They want you to make sure that they are actually safe. And so I'm trying to find the section. Because, like, it was very, very funny. Like, identification and terminology. Come on. It was really, really funny. Oh, how to use the keys, the identification keys. Right. If descriptions and photographs are the meat of this book, then keys are the skeletal structure. The keys are designed to aid in the identification process. They consist of a series of contrasting paired statements. You are asked to decide which statement is applicable. So let's pretend you're trying to identify a rabbit. You should always begin with the first couplet. It says, object yellow, object not yellow. Presumably, you'll choose not yellow. Then, as indicated to the right of object not yellow, you jump to 4. And it says, object purple and spiny. That would equal sea urchin. Not as above, you go down to 5. At this juncture, you'll be confronted with a more difficult decision. Object moving of its own accord when poked with 4 stumps or projections on its underside. Says rabbit. Not as above, it says hat. Does the object move on its own accord when poked and have 4 legs? If so, it's a rabbit, at least according to the key. But keys can be worthless unless accompanied by detailed descriptions. For instance, if you tried to identify a tiger using this key, you would arrive at rabbit. Unless a description of a rabbit is provided, you'll have no way of knowing if it is indeed a rabbit you have or an entity not included in the key. Furthermore, if the word edible or harmless appeared next to rabbit, you would find yourself in serious trouble. Imagine the consequences of attempting to eat a tiger under the mistaken impression that it is a rabbit. The jokesters who wrote this book. That's why I wanted to read that to you. The moral of the story is, when hunting mushrooms, always look for extra information. If it doesn't match perfectly, don't eat it. And also, rabbits and tigers are not the same thing. Make an attempt to eat a live rabbit would also be rather dangerous. True! But here's the thing, it's easier to kill a rabbit than it is to kill a tiger. Okay, I'm gonna set that on the floor. Okay. So that's like a line that kind of like stuck rent-free in my brain since my childhood, because yes, this is the book that I got for my 12th birthday. You have a complete collection of Tolkien's works in a single book. Yeah, that would be a bigger book. Oh god. That thing must be unwieldy. Alright, let's grab some mushroom spores. Gimme. Alright. You bet. Alright. Action complete. The spores need time to germinate and spread in the aviary. The indirect sun of a few cycles should help them along. So in 4 cycles, we'll be done growing the fungi. Okie dokie then. That does mean we are done for the day. Yep. We're gonna need to see if we can, still continue to get more scrap. 'Cause, as you see, things are a little rough. We can definitely get 1. Gimme scrap. Nice. Alright. Do take care to provide your bestest effort for the shrooms. I will. Look, here, I'll even check up on them. Yep, those are shroomin'. Those are shroomin'. Just wait, I put in all this effort to grow these mushrooms, and it's just the Matsutake mushrooms that I need to hand over. All that work, when I could have been foraging. Alright. Bliss. You guys didn't, like, ruin anything without me, did you? Okay, we can finish this. Yeah, let's put in the final action here. Nice. You and Bliss are floating in the bay's airlock, waiting for it to cycle. You pick a few leaves from your clothes as you wait. They float around the chamber as if carried by a lazy wind. Stay silent. Maybe. Wrote another Arcanicalism cutscene. It's kind of dope. Unfortunately, it's for chapter 2. Yeah, sometimes I work on stuff that's not, like, applicable for, like, years ahead of time. And I'm like, I can't tell anybody this. Yeah. Alright, stay silent. The now familiar sequence of clunks and rattles sound out, then the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has once again gone wrong. What's all this? Bliss asks a confused-looking Moritz. Beside him are a set of crates anchored to the bay floor. He's clearly just brought them in through the bay's freight lock. Moritz looks nervously between the two of you before answering. It's payment. He runs a hand along the crate. The Sycamore Seed crew just brought them over. He stops, but seeing the look on Bliss's face, adds, they were very thankful. Yeah, that doesn't shock me. I bet they were. She clenches her fist. What the hell's inside? Moritz leans over and struggles with the catch on each side of the top crate. As he does, Bliss turns to you. Don't say it. Bliss stares into space. Don't you dare say it. Going shopping now? You must get fresh parsley. Okay, can you, like, pick me up more mushrooms? I need to identify them using my book. I need to identify them using my mushroom book. Can you go pick up some mushrooms for me? Oh, wait, it's probably a rabbit. It's fine. Never mind, you're good. What mushroom book? That's awesome. Yeah, it's Mushrooms Demystified. I got it for, like, my 12th birthday. And it's, over 600 pages. Over 700, over 800 pages. It's 915 pages at least. Yeah. It's a lot. I used to be a really avid mushroom hunter. If you ever need a mushroom identified, I'm your gal. I definitely know, like, on site what a bolete is. Those things are typically not poisonous. Doesn't mean they're tasty and doesn't mean you should eat them. Like, you gotta, the instant you go like, oh, these are safe, is the instant you're dead! Or doubling over the toilet. Say what? You know, she looks back at you. This isn't my fault. Moritz finally gets the catches free as the lid floats off, drifting up into the bay. As he does, a small brown lump floats up with it. Moritz reaches out and catches it as it passes him. Is that a mushroom? Bliss finishes. A damn mushroom. They paid us in mushrooms? Not just mushrooms. Or, not just mushrooms. He holds out a clump of tightly packed leaves. Produce. Bliss starts laughing. Goddamn Haifa commune. Should have known they didn't have a chit to rub between them. I mean, yeah, that's what I was thinking, because, I mean, I live over there. They're kind of, to be fair, if these are Matsutake mushrooms, I will gladly take them. Simply cannot have fish without fresh parsley. You're so pretty about this. I rarely eat fish, but sometimes I wish I could have more. Salmon's so good. Shrimp is so good. Why do fish taste so delicious? What are they doing? What are they doing that makes them so delicious? She knocks a small brown mushroom across the bay. Stop! Bliss. Moritz grabs her hand. These are good, fresh, we can sell them. To whom, Moritz? Are we running a grocer's now? We need cryo, otherwise this whole bay will be shut down. We can't pay for parts with leafy greens. She waggles them in Moritz's face. I can use them. Bliss raises an eyebrow. What, 4 whole crates? Even you can't be that hungry. You can take a few, but the rest will sell. She smiles to herself. Or at least Moritz will sell them if he's so eager. Moritz closes up the crates and starts moving them. Isn't that bad, Bliss? It's just a step in the right direction. He glances at you, looking for backup. Mari, welcome in! How you doing? They'll sell well. Bliss sighs. Looks like I went into business with a couple of wannabe farmers. She laughs. Prove me wrong then. Show me this is a windfall. She kicks away toward the new patched-together terminal. Until then, I'll be working on how to keep this place open. Moritz mouths a thank you and then goes back to moving the crates. You'd better be on your way, too. Aw, man! There are these ones! Crap. They're the ones that's used to make alcohol. So... Can't sell them here, right? Yeah, or... Yeah, they take them out to Take's. Not these ones. So, what we need is to repair the still. Okay, we did do a bit of work on the still. Need a Pokemon question answered for a bit. Go! Name 2 more yellow colored Pokemon other than Pikachu. Well, there's Chingling. Chingling's yellow. I don't know why that's the one that popped in my head. Goldengo is golden, but that is considered yellow. Let me see. Those are 2. Those are 2. There's a ton more. Let's see. Flittle. I mean, if you're counting shinies, then Dondozo is also yellow. Let's see. Psyduck. Psyduck's yellow. The guy with the clock, the hypnosis guy. Oh, Hypno? That's actually a pendulum, but, yeah, it's Drowsy and Hypno are also yellow. Alakazam is yellow, so are its pre-evolutions Abra and Kadabra. I'm probably bombarding you with information. So let me know if you need me to repeat any of that. Running with Beedrill and Psyduck. All right, okay. Why do you need yellow Pokemon? Just asking. All right, let's. Whoop. Ahem. I've already re-rolled, so let's go ahead and build some of the still. Aw, man, I didn't build some of the still. All right. Give me some of the good stuff. Psyduck cringe? What do you mean Psyduck cringe? You're cringe. Psyduck is wonderful and did nothing wrong. Game Maker servers discussing my aversion to the color yellow, and they claim Pikachu is just a helpless creature. My response, workshop with your help. You see that now, but put him on a podcast with panel with Beedrill and Psyduck, and he starts advocating for the creation of a 2-cent coin. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? I mean, yeah, Beedrill is definitely an aggressive yellow Pokemon. Psyduck would add nothing to the podcast. I'm not gonna lie. Psyduck is like, huh? A lot of the time. I'm cringe. Always have been. Alright, let's do a little bit of repair work. Okay. For a throwaway gag, I highly doubt Cloak needs that much information. Also, these are terrible dice. I mean, they could be a lot worse. It could be like my first couple shifts where I had, like, literally 5 2s. Why did I even go all the way back out to sleep? Oh, look who's back. Okay. No, eat at the end of a cycle. Eat at the end. Rabia? What do you got? Complain about Pikachu's uninformed opinions about domestic policy earlier in the chat, so that's where this comes from. Oh my god. Oh boy. Before you even enter the office, you can hear the sound of Rabia working the heavy bag. She's hammering it, the chain creaking as it shakes with each hit. You mean like boxing, or... She's been like this since... Sabine doesn't finish the sentence. They are sitting on a stool looking at the terminal in the corner, searching through the SNARP data you pulled all those cycles ago. How have you been? I'm well, Sleeper. Happy to no longer be hunted. They smile. Yadigan has plenty to deal with, and without Yannick, I'm free. They glance nervously at Rabia. She stops punching, and in the silence you can hear her breathing hard. Sabine looks over at her, and you sense something between them. You realize you haven't seen them together since they tried to kill each other in the same unit. A lot has changed since then. They hooked him up like a puppet. Rabia hits the bag. Rigged that thing in his head so they could control him. Pushed the old Yannick out. I don't know why he let them in. She throws a few more punches, but it's a lesson. Don't let them in. Another flurry. Yadigan shouldn't deal with corporations, and we never will again. You must go to work. Okay, Mari. And also, Cloak seems to need to go. Yeah, Pikachu discourse solved. Go enjoy your parsley. Go enjoy it. Go gather it. All right. I'll see you later. She comes away from the bag. At least Yannick's death has been treated as natural. There's a chance we come back from this. That Yadigan can hold on, but there are opportunists trying to take control. Sabine turns to you. Yes, but now the connection has been broken. I've been looking at removing trackers from the implants at Yadigan's enforcers. It's a significant job, but I think with time I can do the surgeries. Rabia walks away from the bag toward the far side of the unit. Those surgeries will never happen if Yadigan collapses, she shouts back at Sabine. Clearly this is a well-worn argument in this unit. Will Yadigan really collapse? I don't think so. Rabia doesn't either. They look over at her. At least not when she's calm. What I understand now is that Yadigan can be something if we want it to be. Coming here from SNARP, from the core worlds, all I saw was a gang, and with Yannick keeping me on a tight leash. They shudder. Rabia believes, and I want that belief. They look unsure. I also want to be done with SNARP, but I doubt they are done with me. They glance away, rubbing their shoulders. Are you two dating? Are you two a couple? Are you exes? I hope you're right. Me too, they smile. I've been wanting to say, Sabine begins, nervously, that I'm sorry I didn't tell you where I came from. I know I've apologized before, but I want to again. They pause. Properly. When I leaked the data on the Sleeper program, it was to try to help people like you. They grit their teeth. But after all the cycles here, being pushed down, pushed around, trying to survive, all that got away from me. So when you turned up, it shook me up. They run a hand through their hair. But I ended up here, so... They look at Rabia. Oh, of course. They reach into a pocket and take out a handful of vials. These are the last of the case. You may have them. They drop them in your hands. After these last few, I don't know what we can do. With the SNARP connection broken, they look down. But I know there are other ways. Repairs, other pharmaceuticals. I even heard there are some labs out on the Greenway. Perhaps they can help. They meet your eye. I'm sorry I can't do more. Thank you for everything. They look away, their eyes bright with tears. Rabia crosses back to you both and sits beside Sabine. They look at each other, and you can't help but smile at the idea of them together. Yes! What are you two plotting? She grins. Sabine laughs, and the sound is a welcome one. You watch the two of them teasing each other and smile. Later, when you leave, you take that handful of vials out of your pocket and look at them. You can still feel that core of anger deep down inside, and you don't know if it will ever leave. But SNARP doesn't own you anymore. They can't because of this place. These people own you. They are what makes you get up every cycle, and they are what keeps you breathing. You put the vials away and walk through the low end. Your senses turn to every sight, every smell, and every sound, soaking it all in. Living. Yay! Well, I still need one more point before I can actually even, use them. So we've got 3 stabilizers. And that's it. There's no more. So whatever's happening in the Greenway, we need to finish it soon. Hopefully we can. But let's see if we can build the still. Positive outcome. Come on. Bruh. Can you not? Come on. Give me a positive outcome, please. Nice! We built the still. Tala! Tala stands back from the newly finished still and tub, hands on hips. Look at this! She grins. The Overlook Distillery in all its glory. She squeezes you around the shoulders. Thank you! How's sourcing ingredients? Tala smiles. I think got most of it covered between the food factories in the low end and the farm stacks in the Greenway. However, she pauses. There is an issue. What's the problem? Do you need more of these mushrooms I've got in my pocket? Well, Garowell the drink, as you probably guessed, is named after the mushroom. And that's what gives it that golden color and earthy taste. The alcohol's infused with the mushrooms along with a mix of spices. That means you need the caps to make Garowell, but no one wants to supply us. The distilleries on the Greenway are taking all the stock from the farms out there, so it's hard to get a single cap across Founder's Gap. However, I have an idea. We can grow our own caps here. She gestures at the increasingly equipment-filled back room. You know, this is the sort of logic that ends up happening in games like Stardew Valley, where it's just like, oh yeah, I could just buy this stuff from the store, or I could just dedicate more and more of my farm space to growing it myself, and then I won't need to buy, like, next to anything. I can bring you mushrooms. Tala gives you a pitying look. Where's your vision? Any outside supplier means that they take a cut. Okay, maybe not you, but someone somewhere takes a cut. Tala puts a hand on the still. We made a still. We set all this up. How hard can growing mushrooms be? They don't need light. They barely need soil. We can do this. She pauses. Or at least we could if we had something to grow them from. I see where this is going. She rolls her eyes. Okay, yes, I need a favor. She puts a hand on your shoulder. And you are the perfect person to give me those spores! She nods rapidly. Think about it. You built the still, you're great with plants, you know the eye like the back of your hand. Need I go on? Are you flattering me? If it's working, then yes? She grins sheepishly. Look, I can't leave the bar and the other people picking up shifts. I'm saying it has to be you. Fine. Wonderful! You'll love it over in the Greenway, I think. All that fresh air, open space. I should have done this quest way earlier. She sees your expression. Okay, I'm done. She turns back to look at the still and the fledgling distillery forming around it. It really is something, though, isn't it? And want to or not, you really have to agree. Of course not. Of course we can't sell to her. Of course not. Of course these are the mushrooms that I can't fucking sell to anybody. Ever. Of course not. What? What the hell happened then? I, like, interacted over here and it, like, just showed me nothing. I might have accidentally clicked on the bay that isn't actually there anymore. Okay. Yeah, I can't sell you more caps, so... Alright. Eat some fungi. Alright. I just have a 1 left, so... I could use it to get a little more energy at my dorm. What do you guys want? Okay. Needs more mushrooms grown in the aviary to study. She'll accept the caps, but the Matsutake caps are better. Well, that does mean I can turn them in here, at least. Okay, so these are 2 each. That is something. The rich and pungent Matsutake caps are Ryoko's preferred subject of study. Something about their environmental sensitivity. Well, I only have a 1 left, so let's get me 6 cryo! Yeah, see? If it's a 50-50, it's actually 100%. Alright. Do I want to use a stabilizer now that I have no source of them? No. I'm gonna use scrap components today. If the Greenway is gonna get me a stable source, I need to work on that pretty fast before I start burning these. Alright. 1 more before my harvest at the aviary. I can forage for fungus directly. That gets me the caps, not the Matsutake. So I can just... I need to grab spores twice. Why not? Just progress some stories. Alright. We'll hop on over. I don't need more food until tomorrow. Who knows, maybe somebody will want to give me a snack. Maybe, if I'm lucky, people will give me a snack. And I can, like... just snack on those things. Alright. They're so cute. You know what? Sure. Yeah, they're cute. So they're gonna grow in 6 cycles. Tala has locked herself away in the back room while she focuses on the distilling. She won't let anyone in or out. Well, that's gonna be a while. Okay then. I guess for now... what do I do with my time? I probably want to re-roll these. Oh, I really wanted to re-roll those. Okay, maybe we do 1 haul on this. Get me some food and some money. Yeah. And then to keep my condition stable, we can use this other die to go fetch some more scrap parts. Just because. And just because. And that leaves me with a 1! Which I guess means we just do some work. It's really not profitable to just keep doing that, is it? It's really not that great of a job. They don't give 2 shits. Alright, we'll have to see what tomorrow brings. Oh, but don't forget, we gotta do some little repairs before we go to sleep. I hope that cat's doing okay. I haven't fed them in a while. I probably should go back and feed them. Okie dokie. The aviary, let's check on them. Harvest mushrooms. 2 random rare mushrooms, if I succeed. Okay. The fruiting bodies are appearing. Gear oils are easy to find, but Matsutake and other stranger types will require extra effort. Take your pick. The crop of fruiting bodies has broken the surface of the mulch. Once you harvest it, you'll have to grow more. Okay, well... that means... club head caps. Strange, unidentified club-shaped fruiting bodies. And we got some Matsutake. Ooh. Ooh. Sure, just go for it. It's gonna be decent, right? Okay. 2 random mushrooms. Okay. I still got a Matsutake. Alright. And then the rare ones. Alright. Putting those sample collecting skills to good use. Mushrooms! 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 I'm a mushroom farmer now. I farm the mushrooms.
Let's have a drink.
Cheers. Alright. Stretch your arms out. And then up and stretch and stretch and stretch. And slowly lower them down your sides. Stretch over to the left and stretch, 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 stretch. And back. And stretch over to the right and stretch, 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 stretch. And back. We're gonna twist that spine. Twist, twist, twist. And back. And we're gonna twist the spine the other way. Twist, 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 twist. And back. Roll them shoulders and relax. Do you think you'll take these ones? No? Okay, how much does one... It's gonna be a while before we get more Matsutakes. And this would have been enough for an extra dish, but... how much does this get you on your research? Alright, might as well finish you up. Alright, Riko, what you got? Riko meets you at the entrance to the lab, leaning on her crutch with a glint in her eye. Walk with me, sleeper. I'd like to tell you a story. How long is the story? She makes her way down the corridor that leads back up toward the main commune building. When people first crossed what we call Founder's Gap to the Greenway, they did so against the wishes of Andre Erlin. At the time, Erlin was trying to stabilize the Union and establish control over the Eye in the wake of Solheim's collapse. It was chaos. Competing factions, failing systems, so many dead and injured from the riots. That was his priority. Gonna listen. You both cross through a glass-roofed tunnel, the greenway outside crowded with vines and branches dappling the light. Erlin had written the greenway off, cut off from the rest of the station, linked to a broken spoke. He claimed it was only a matter of time before everything here would die. He refused to let anyone abandon their duty to the Union and cross. They were traitors to the cause, or as good as. Riko continues, making her slow but steady way to the inner gardens of the commune. There weren't many of us, but we believed what was here was worth saving. We had to keep our plans secret until we crossed, and some of us left people behind. She pauses to catch her breath, her voice cracking. It's difficult to know if from effort or emotion. What we found was a disaster, nothing like what you see here. Half the greenway was leaking oxygen into space. The plants flash frozen. The other half was a swamp of mulch as decaying matter clogged every system. We worked hard, lost good people. We cleaned up and closed up, but it was never going to be enough. After many, many cycles, we all knew this place was doomed, but we kept on working, talking less and less, because we couldn't face it. We all developed a death wish. If the Greenway was going to die, so would we. What changed? Everything. Riko smiles. We crossed some invisible boundary, tipped some biological scale, and the greenway started to recover. Plants flowered, crops sprouted, and for the first time we reaped the fruits of our labor. Rico smiles, looking up at you. We thought it was us, but we managed to do just enough to end the cycle of decay. I thought we'd save the greenway. Until today. You pass into the grow beds of the commune, rich with the hustle and bustle of Haifa members planting and harvesting. For a while, Rico is quiet, and you both simply observe the hypnotic movements of the worker crews, the eager chatter washing over you like a wave. Rico smiles to herself. I should have known, of course, that our arrogance was unfounded, but we needed to believe back then. We needed a myth to bring more people across the gap. You both move into a smaller corridor, Rico following some direction unknown to you. What you have shown me is that back then the greenway saved us, not the other way around. Ah, mushrooms, always doing stuff like that. Tell me, have you ever consumed one of the Matsutake Arc caps you've been growing? I don't think I have an option to. No. They can be difficult to prepare without proper equipment, she muses. But you should try them. After all, they were designed for you. Rico has a mischievous look. At first, I thought it was the location they were grown in that made the mushrooms from the aviary, the labs, or from the grove different to each other. But what I have come to understand is that the person growing them. You mean they're reacting to me? The Matsutake and Geralt caps you brought me are totally unique, containing compounds never usually found in similar specimens in my possession. Many of these compounds aren't even digestible for humans, but for a sleeper like you. Rico smiles as she leads you to the internal garden of the commune, where the Haifa members have planted species from all over the greenway. What does this imply if I actually do take the Matsutake caps over to the food stand? Hopefully that dish will just be for me! Back when the tide turned, when the greenway started to recover, we all felt something. A response. It was as if this place was not just alive as a forest is alive, but alive in other ways. Communicative. Responsive. We shrugged it off at the time, but now I understand why. Rico stops and turns to you. This place is responding to us, adapting itself to us. It is growing fruiting bodies for you, for me. It is adapting, changing. It is, in short, displaying all the signs of sentience. How? That is what I wish to know, too. What being is in control here? Rico sits on a bench within the peaceful gardens and gestures for you to join her. Shrew mind, shrew mind, shrew mind, shrew mind. Yeah, there's actually like a documentary on that I like watched in a theater, but is also on Netflix, that actually touches on the fact that like the mycelial connections between fungi actually are like a network that cooperates with plants. I mean, sure, there are some species that, like, overtake dying trees or whatever, but they're already dying, you know? Like, fungal and mushrooms do just, like, quickly break down stuff in, like, the ecosystem. But the mycelium networks are used by trees to help each other. The trees, like, provide nutrients to the mushrooms, and the mushrooms pass most of it along to other trees. Like, sure, they take a cut. Of course, it makes sense. The fact that the mushrooms and trees have transactional relationships with one another and, like, talk to one another is mind-blowing. Like, it's real stuff. And it's so cool. That is what I wish to know too. What being is in control here? Rico sits on a bench within the peaceful gardens and gestures for you to join her. When you have been growing the Gerals and the Matsutakes in the aviary, god damn it. Those species so familiar to the Greenway, have you discovered any others? Yes. Rico can barely contain her excitement. I got club head caps. I'd like to see those. Please bring some next time you are here. You look around the garden, amazed at the sense of peace within it. Rico interrupts the silence. There's a species of mushroom that I haven't seen in years. It is dark, short, shaped like a club. We first found it in those early days when we were working to save this place. It was around the time we started to lose our first members. They were succumbing to some infection, some mold growing deep within the dark mulch that drowned this place. At that point, we thought we were lost. Then these mushrooms emerged from that same black mold. We tested them and saw that they contained some compound that counteracted the mold. They contained an antidote. Of course, as a botanist, I saw this as part of the natural process of this ecosystem, even if the timescale seemed absurdly short. But what I am wondering is if that antidote was a gift. Rico meets your eyes. Perhaps, if you are patient, you will receive your gift too, Sleeper. These ones! These ones! You both sit for a while, Rico seemingly done telling stories for today. You watch the light playing off the leaves and plants around you and wondering what forces could be at play in this place. After a while, you stand and leave, with a quiet nod to Rico, leaving her to her memories. Yes, okay, so we need a little bit more clubhead samples. But we have most of them. You seem to be thinking about something. Okay. So, okay, I need another scrap to last another day. Okay, that's a little better. Thinking? Why would you ever do that? Yeah, I don't know. I try not to think whenever possible. Alright, let's get some spores. Nice! Alright. Start growing, my beauties. Start growing. I am ultimate mushroom farmer! Alright. So I believe, that next cycle I'm gonna get, like, woken up and go like, hey, you need to go to Bliss's Bay. And we're gonna get scammed again because Bliss doesn't know how to vet clients. Alright, yep. Sleeper. Moritz is leaning against the corridor hall. It's time. He looks away. Big job just came in. Grand finale. You up for it? Maybe. He shakes his head. Don't give me that. He pushes away from the wall. This has to work, Sleeper. It has to. He looks down. If it doesn't... Bliss okay? He frowns. I don't think so, but she isn't hiding that from anyone. Look, Bliss has a rough time of it. I thought you of all people would understand that. He runs a hand through his hair. Sorry, I didn't mean to be... He smiles. Bliss is a good one. She gave me a chance. I owe her. He straightens up. I know you have your own things going on, Sleeper. We all do. But the Bay needs someone. Bliss needs someone. Hell, I need someone to help me keep Bliss from spinning out completely. He scratches the side of his head. Otherwise, there's not much I can do. He shakes his head, and I would hate to not pay back my debts. He stretches. I gotta get back. I'm out. See you up there. Alright. Yeah. Well, actually, we did get a point at some point. Oh, I didn't notice? Okay. Hold on. I don't remember what it was for, like, harvesting the mushrooms. Was it, like, is it the same here? Is it... Looks like it, like, that, this one's into it. Damn. You know, whichever one I choose... Cheers. Whichever one I choose, There will be, perks, I guess. The hell you got here? The Starward Vector Tangled Solar Yacht. Oh boy, the selected launch window for the Starward Vector's main voyage is closing. This is gonna be a tight one. Starward Vector's experimental sail deployment failed horribly. Now its massive solar sails need to be repaired. The spurs need resetting and the system is rebooting. But if you are careful, you can safely untangle some of the sail while you do this. An exhausting task patching solar sails means maintaining laser focus for long periods of time, and time is something you don't have. Well. So this one's dangerous, but can't backslide you? It's not that Starward Vector, don't. It's alright. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, I never found a nurturing grow bed for the seed. Oh yeah, I need to do that. Honestly, I don't know how at this point. I haven't had a prompt for it. Maybe I just haven't worked enough somewhere? I don't know. So we only have 6 cycles to complete this one. We can definitely focus all my energy on this. Okay. I'm not sure I understand. Like, okay, if you fail this one, you get -2 to rigged and ready. And this one, like, it's like, but succeeding this one only has +2. And this one has +3. Does this, like, fuck it, we're gonna take a look at this. Hold on. Is it actually literally just 3? Or it's literally just 2. Okay. This is ridiculous. Hold on. Okay, you know what? You fucking know what? Boom! I am easily swayed by the problems around me. And look at that, see? I'm just gonna keep getting free cryo as I do this. Where am I getting the cryo from? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Well, I'm not using that die. That's, yeah, no. Yeah, I'll get more energy. Yeah, that wasn't a very good roll, was it? No. Also, while I'm here, good kitty, good kitty. Was there something here? Oh yeah. This one has interface, so I'm bound to get more money here, or more likely. Little delayed. Little delayed. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, so this is just the tram across. I don't want to steal their food. Was there... Yeah, I don't see a grow bed. I was expecting to find one in the aviary, but apparently not. It feels weird to have, like, oh, enter the greenway. And just not have that finished yet. Yeah. Okay. Well.
Let's have a drink.
Cheers! Alright. It feels weird using a stabilizer that early, but we need all the dice we can get. We'll see if we can repair the ship. Yeah, let's do some more stretching. I'm gonna twist over to the other side. Stretch. Let's do some extra stretching for the hands. Oh, yeah. There we go. Whew. Alrighty. End cycle. On to the next one. Bless. I'm gonna come help, but I'm gonna regret it. Hopefully those re-rolls get me a little bit more in a little bit here. I mean, with the +2, actually, this is still pretty fine. Yeah, we're good. We're gonna be good. I mean, I don't know if we're good. Like, yeah, all my dice last time only got me that far. It's kind of absurd. Is there bonuses for going over 6 in Citizen Sleeper 2? I doubt it. It's absurd. This is absurd. Alright. Go! Come on, we just need one full success. Fuck you! That's so rude. Nope. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Alright, man. Cook me some food. I'll have some more matsutakis for you, soon. Alright. Alright. Another day, another sleep. I still don't know why I keep coming back here. I don't need to sleep here, but apparently I live here now. This is my home. This is my one home. Alright. Let's head upstairs. Because honestly, I could live up here too. I could have just slept up here. But I didn't. Alright. Finish that off. Yeah. The atmosphere in the airlock is euphoric. You and Bliss keep grinning at each other like idiots. Exhausted, blinded, sore, and aching idiots. Sleeper, that was incredible. She punches you on the arm. I never thought we were gonna make it. Those idiots tangled the whole thing up like nothing I've ever seen. They make a good team. Playing a Lego game you didn't know what you were missing, apparently. Oh, like which kind of Lego game? Because like I played a lot of the of Lego Star Wars growing up. So if it's kind of like one of those ones, like that, they're so goofy. They're so goofy, and like sometimes the goofiness suits the tone of the media better than others. Like Star Wars, the humor works really well, but like I've seen like Lego Lego Lord of the Rings, and sometimes it's like it just feels off somehow. I mean, it's still funny. It just feels off. Bliss smiles a winning smile. As the lock's inner door clunks open, Moritz gives a rare whoop. He looks exhausted too, and for good reason. Moritz has been the one ferrying tools and parts back and forth from the ship. His tired smile tells you he's glad it's done. Okay. So, third time's the charm, right? I'm gonna get payback on my investment now, right? Sleeper. Bliss. He shakes his head. Impressive. When I saw that ship come in, I thought there was no way. Why, thank you, Moritz, she winks, for believing in us. Moritz rolls his eyes. You know what I mean, take the compliment. He shoulders some of the gear that came back in with you and Bliss and heads to the racks to stow it. Bliss turns to you. I think you should be the one to do the honors. She nods to the ragged-looking console that Moritz assembled. I don't want to jinx it. She smiles, but you can see she's genuinely nervous. Check the console. You glide over to the console and check the screen. It takes a second to see what you're doing through the flickering crack display, but after a moment you see the accounts. And there it is, almost 1,000 cryo sat in the base transfer account. Well? Bliss calls. Have we been screwed again? It's there! Bliss kicks off from the floor and spins up to the bay, shouting as she does. The noise takes Moritz by surprise, and he knocks over a rack of parts, scattering handfuls of metal fixings across the bay. The sight is something. Glinting steel catching the work lights like glitter. LEGO Horizon Adventures, what do you even call that in the Horizon Zero Dawn world? It's extremely loose retelling of the story. Yeah, the LEGO series typically does do, like, extremely loose storytelling, where it's just like, oh, you need to know the original story, in order to understand what's actually happening, because I swear, like, so much of their storytelling in the LEGO games is just shitposts. Oh. Sorry, says Bliss, grinning when she comes back down. I needed that. She kicks off and rejoins you at the terminal. Moritz even managed to sell that Protos. We made a tidy profit eventually. She laughs. Here. She loads a stack of blank chits into the terminal and transfers a chunk of cryo to them. This is your cut? Bliss hands you the chits. Thank you for believing in this place. She looks away and smiles. Even when I couldn't. When you first met me, I was on the edge of giving up. All it would have taken was one more push, but now this place is sparking again. Work is coming in. There are funds in the accounts. Even Moritz has a spring in his step. You both look over at him, happily racking up tools. That's because of you. She punches you on the arm. He likes you. What's his deal? Well, why is he always so quiet? She frowns. I'm not so sure. He doesn't much like to talk about himself, that one. She leans in closer. You know, he came here looking to rob the place? I gave him a job instead. She laughs. Don't tell him I told you that. I just thought it might help you understand the kid. Moritz turns to look at you, and both Bliss and you awkwardly wave. Maybe it's time we change the subject. Are you gonna be okay? Me always. She looks away. From here on out, it's gonna be a little easier. I'm gonna look for some component contracts, stuff that'll keep us inside the bay, not out in the black. No need to risk our necks if we don't need to. You want to cash out? That's fine. But there will always be work for you here when you need it. I'll be back. She smiles and then out of nowhere quickly gives you a hug. She steps back and glances around reflexively. Take care, she says softly. Eventually, you're getting Horizon Zero Dawn. Me? Am I? Or is it, are you talking about, like, the plot line of, like, the LEGO Horizon Adventures? Honestly, kind of wild that, like, they're making LEGO versions of, other video games now, instead of, like, because like, it used to be like movies, mostly movies. You know, like Lego Harry Potter, Lego Indiana Jones, Lego Star Wars. You know, like, so I'm honestly very interesting choice. Very interesting choice. She steps back and glances around reflexively. Take care. You too. You turn to leave. Oh, and Sleeper. What? She smiles. Don't spend that all at once. Tidy, tidy, tidy profit. Alrighty. So that's pretty nifty. Alright. Right. Eventually we'll need to bring them mushrooms, right? Time to spend it all at once. You're right! I'll buy a capsule up here! Whoa! Time to find which of the identical births is yours! Look, I can sleep up here now! Oh my gosh! You know, when there's not much going on. I mean, apparently I'll still keep getting jobs, but, you know, most of that's, done now. Looks like we need 2 more cycles before Overlook Bar updates. Let's re-roll these, see if we... Today? Today I get that? Today? What do I do, man? What do I do with all that? This is the god roll. I've never had a reroll that good. Turned 1s and 2s to 6s and 5s. Farm them shrooms, never beating the cheating allegations. Yeah, my streams are rigged. They've been scripted the entire time. Yeah, I can only get, like, these caps from this, I think. So there'd be some mushrooms. I mean, I can't, like, wait, okay, I can get some spores. Honestly, picking up a bit of scrap seems like a good idea as well. Yeah, it'll cover me the next couple days. Then, yeah, why not collect some spores? Shroom farm, shroom farm. I'll have this all ready to go for when, the next batch comes in. Let's see, how many? I need 1 more club head. So that probably is not gonna be that bad. Boop. I'm gonna wait on that one. I mean, I think I technically can go a little higher, but, let's do that tomorrow. Alright, and self-repair. Hey-oh! Mushrooms? I don't have a lot of plot threads going on right now, so might as well just use my best ones. Well, that was some Matsutakes, that's good. Alright, okay. Take this. Take it. Rico! Look at them! Rico's at her bench, running small vials of some liquid through an old chemical analysis machine. The whirring of the spinning drum fills the lab with white noise, and you aren't sure she notices you approach. Sleeper, it's good to see you. She looks up, smiling. This little project of ours has been keeping me awake the past few cycles, but right now, well, I think I have something. You should rest. I know my limits. She laughs to herself. I just don't like paying attention to them. I have a couple friends who are like that. The drum finishes spinning and Rico lifts a vial from it, holding it up to the light. This is something I extracted from those club heads you've been bringing to me. And according to my analysis, it's a substance totally unique on the Greenway. You look at the small amount of the liquid in the vial. Any idea what it might be? Rico asks, without looking away from the vial. Stabilizer. Let's go. Let's go, mushrooms! Rico nods. You want the first sleeper to come through here. Perhaps I should have mentioned that earlier. Rico's tone suddenly drops, changing the atmosphere in the lab immediately. Shroom mind! Shroom mind! Shrooms! 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 I just thought... She pauses, thinking very carefully how to continue. I just wanted you to trust us. What do you mean? They came through a fair few cycles ago, and we found them wandering in the broken section near the gap. The members who brought them in had never seen one of you before, and they were terrified of this strange person wandering in from an open vacuum. They were quieter than you and damaged. We did our best to patch them up and welcome them to the commune. I only really spoke to them once while I was working on the wounds, along with a couple of systems engineers. She looks nervously at you. I'd never seen a body like that before. I took some readings. Some samples. Samples? You have to understand, I was curious. I didn't know what I was looking at. I just took a little of the damaged material, less than a thumbnail. She shifts her weight to her crutch. The next cycle they were gone. They took a little food and hiked up toward the wild margins where the Greenway meets the waste. Someone saw them in the distance, but that was it. They disappeared into the overgrowth. She sits down heavily, the vial in her hand. When I saw you, I wanted things to be different. I wanted to keep you here rather than let you disappear into... wherever they ended up. She smiles to herself. Yes, I wanted to understand this place better, but I also wanted to help you. It seems that somehow both my wishes have come true at once. She holds out a hand with the vial. This is for you. You take the stabilizer, the glass cold and smooth in your palm. Thank you. Don't thank me. She gazes out at the Greenway through the glass. Those clubhead caps made it for you. Or at least who or whatever made those clubheads. She starts to clear her bench. It was right there, contained in their tissue. I only had to extract it. I imagine you understand how incredible that is. I learned enough from that sleeper to know that your body, your frame is it, runs on some exotic technology. Exotic technology that has a time limit built in. Somehow the Greenway knows that too. It understands your physiology much better than I ever could. It knows how to treat you. Just like that miraculous antidote that sprung from the mold, so too is this sprung from your presence here. The Greenway is speaking to you. It is welcoming you. She looks up. I know it sounds crazy, but I know it to be true. Here's the evidence. And what I also know is it is no longer speaking to me. Even after decades here, I have never seen this kind of response, not since the antidote so many cycles ago. She smiles. So I'm going to make you a deal. If you bring me as many clubheads as you like, I'll extract the stabilizer and give it to you freely. But you have to tell me what the Greenway says. You have to speak with it, to dig into it, and to find what being is at the center of it. I've traveled as far as I can. I need you to do the rest. Can you do that? Yes. Rico sighs with relief and deflates into her chair. Thank you. I'm sorry for the other sleeper. I truly am. I'm sorry I couldn't have done more, but I'm so glad I met you. You're welcome here anytime. Hey, now if another sleeper comes here, you can go, oh, the Greenway can provide stabilizer for you. You just have to stay here a while and help. It'll grow, trust me. Rico falls silent. She looks smaller now, more fragile, and you realize how old she must be to have seen the collapse firsthand. You idle a little in the lab in case she asks for anything else, but she remains silent, and so you drift back into the tunnel. Thoughts of that other sleeper and where they ended up weighing on your mind. Ooh, Rico's grow beds! I can put the seed in here! The only way to understand what the gardener gave you is to grow it. Rico is incredibly excited by the prospect. Ooh. Okay, so it takes 2 club head caps to make 1 stabilizer. Okay, so I'm still gonna probably need to salvage scrap every now and then, but that's pretty good stuff right there. Okay. Well, let's put the seed in the grow bed. I'll take good care of it, sleeper. Rico smiles. Don't you worry. Alright, so it's gonna be done in another 6 cycles. Just gonna be a while, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm willing to do that, just that way we keep them growing. Dang it! You know what, they're worth money, so that's gonna be okay over time.
Let's have a drink.
Whoop. Cheers! They're such helpful mushrooms. So helpful. Okay. Let's go give these mushrooms over here to you. There you go. Tomorrow you're gonna feed me good. Right? Tomorrow? Is it tomorrow? It's okay, it's 3 days. Needs time for the broth. Okay. So I'm gonna need to feed myself some other way. That's fine. That's fine. There's food upstairs. The Gimbal Lounge. It's, you know, it's whatever. Yep. That works. Still gonna be a while before there's another job at Bliss's. Tomorrow's when the bar's gonna be ready. I'm situated now. I don't need to steal. It just gave me another mushroom? Karma. 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 Karma! Alright, how... It's 80 for 3? Like, dang. That's a lot. Like, I could buy a ship mind, but, like, what could I even use it for? Like, why would I want to spend that much money on ship mines at this point? Unless I wanted, like, a fuck ton of them. I just want more ship mines. I just want to have a horde of ship mines. I want to have so many of them. Yeah, they only take low rolls, so I don't really need to... Because, like, okay. I'm curious if, like, this advances any if I give Havenage data. So I might want to consider that in some of these loops where I'm waiting. I'd consider it. Consider it. We're almost done with, like, the majority of quests, so, like, it's kind of gonna start getting a little slow. Not stealing the harvest. I'm not also stealing the harvest. No. 50-50. Well, okay, that was neutral. Yeah, that's good. That's fine. Except for the fact that I need a little more food now. That was -2. Like, damn. And we have to eat at the Gimbal Lounge, because there's no other food available. There we go. Alright, and we can also sleep here for once. Holy mackerel, we actually can sleep out here? It's ridiculous. Why'd it give me 2 signals? Why'd it give me 2 sounds? Well, it might just be that something's done. AKA, we go to the bar! Tala! Tala! Tala comes to you one shift. When the bar is empty, tapping you on the shoulder as you clean the bar. It's ready. She's grinning ear to ear. Can I try? Obviously! She grabs you by the arm before you can ask anything else and drags you to the bathroom. The smell hits you immediately when you enter. A cocktail of rich fermentation and chemical sharpness. The room is warm and bright now, and the newly installed lights making the place look clean, whether it is or not. Tala has already pulled up a couple of stools around a metal crate, where the 2 glasses with a few fingers of pale Garoil inside sit waiting. She smiles. I haven't even tried it yet. You can see she's nervous. You both sit at the makeshift table, the slight strangeness of the situation making you both jumpy. Tala hands you a glass. Cheers! She says solemnly and knocks the glass back. You do the same. The first sensation is burning. A sharp nose-clearing blast of alcohol that has your frame querying whether you would like to activate safe mode. You gulp the drink back, and it's only then behind the burn that you taste the earthy tones of the mushrooms, the wood and the soil left behind like sediment. Barely there. That's strong. You know, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but, like, that's strong. Like, honestly, it's bad. You can just say it's bad. So you can, like, give you 2 options to say, it's bad, Tala, it's bad. Whew, that was heavy. Maybe it needs diluting? She swirls it around in her glass. That might work, open it up a bit. Tala grabs a metal bottle from a newly installed work surface and adds a few drops of water. Try again? This time the burn is a warm and glow, harsh but fading off, and the woodiness less heavy. You taste something floral among the marshy decay, something fresh and bright that you never expected to find. Both you and Tala meet eyes. It's really good, right? It is. Tala grins at their whole face, and that makes you smile too. She pours out some more and adds some more water. The action's already taking on the quality of a ritual. You both drink. Tala tucks her feet up beneath her on the stool, folding her legs. She looks down to her glass and swirls the liquid thoughtfully. What's on your mind? She looks up. Nothing in particular. My father opened this place, you know. She says out of nowhere, a thought suddenly becoming words. It was his attempt at making a life for us, for my family, when we got to the Eye. Your family? My father, my mother, my little brother. They aren't around now. I'm sorry. That's okay. My parents had long lives, and my brother, somewhere in the Starward Belt, ran off with a salvage crew. She puts her glass down. He's alive, as far as I know. I was just thinking about... Yeah, I don't think he's alive anymore. Like, I was just thinking, like, as soon as you said that, I looked at you and I realized something, and I'm like, oh boy. Oh, he is? Oh no, that might be worse. Alright. Oh, is he in the sequel? Is he in the sequel? Because if so, that's... I'm sure that's interesting. We meet him in the sequel? Oh, thank goodness he's okay, but I mean, at the same time, I can't imagine smiles like that mean entirely good things. I was just thinking about something my father told me. When he first set this place up, he wanted to call it the Bantayan. But he was afraid it'd scare off customers, so he kind of translated it. Hence, the Overlook. And these past few cycles, when I've been here, I was thinking that I should rename the place. Bantayan. What do you think? Well, you already said the translation. The Overlook. I love it. Me too. Tala picks up her glass. That settles it then. To the Bantayan. You both clink your glasses and drink up. She hisses through her teeth. Still harsh. She laughs, then suddenly grabs your shoulder. Oh, sleeper, I totally forgot. She stumbles to her feet. She lurches over to a corner of the room covered with a plastic sheet and whips it off like a magician performing a trick. Beneath it is a neat little kitchen, a sink and a work surface, and a compact oven with a hob. Your kitchen! She doesn't give you time to respond. You can come make stuff here anytime, as long as you promise not to raid the mushroom farm. I need those for the gear oil. I was thinking too that if things pick up, we might can start serving proper food at the Bantayan. Do you like it? It's perfect. Tala gives you a hug, then quickly stands back. I'm sorry, I'm so glad you're here. I think we've had enough alcohol. It's like, me too. As Tala tidies away the glasses, you inspect the kitchen, checking that it all works. It's small and salvaged, but after what you've had to put up with, this feels like a dream come true. Later, when she's done for the day, Tala comes back through to the bar, and you share another glass. Of the good girl, the one she didn't distill. Oh, the one that she didn't make. And this time you talk about nothing in particular, sharing stories about regulars or discussing the best place to eat on the Eye, which, after everything that's happened, feels like a nice change of pace. When it comes time to leave, you promise to cook for Tala, and agree to let her know which shifts you'll be working in the coming cycles, then slip out into the cool of the rotunda. In this moment you feel, for at once, at home. Yay! We can actually upgrade something else, too. I'll wait a minute on that one. Oh, we can cook and sell the extra mushrooms. I can't imagine this is gonna sell for as much as over on the other side. Like, let's see. That gave me energy. Okay, you eat the mushrooms together. Okay, we can just eat here. Okay. Oops. Well, now I know I can just, okay, I can cook and eat mushrooms here. Okay. Mushrooms make the world go round. Mushrooms are so good. And I can still make good use of this meal in a couple days, so that's nice. Alright. What do I spend these on? I don't really have much to work on, is the problem. Huh. Yeah, I'm starting to run out of stuff. Which means eventually we'll go do, like, this quest here, but... I definitely want to see what this results in. Which means we're gonna have to just spend a couple cycles doing really not much. I mean, I guess we could steal. I guess we could steal. I don't want to steal. No. I mean, let's see. They're just endure. Especially because, like, actually working here, like, with interface, we just get cryo. The amount of whimsy in the LEGO game repeatedly amazes me. Yeah, like, the LEGO game is just like that. It really is. Oh, right. I wanted to see if we could, get some Havenage data. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll see if that actually ends up doing anything. We've got so much money, we can just keep feeding the stray. Good kitty. Good kitty. I'll feed you twice even. Stray crunches up the crackers. Yay. Sometimes I'll let you stroke them, sometimes not. I love you. Alright. Sleep, sleep, sleep. When is there gonna be work at Bliss again? A couple days. Okay. And how many cycles before the mushrooms are ready? 2 more. Yeah, we've got some time. We got some time. Alright, in that case... Hello, you. Would you like to give me some data? You would? Oh my goodness, you would? That's so wild. So generous. Have you considered, like, giving me more data? What? Alright. Here, I don't need a ship mind. Can I have a ship mind? Thanks. So this is not gonna, like, do anything anymore. Nothing more to offer, I have other things to attend to. Yeah, doesn't shock me that this doesn't do anything. But, well, worth a shot. Maybe it will in the coming cycles. I don't know. I feel like that plot's also at a dead end. Okay, fucking fine. I'll steal. Fuck it, fine. Fine. We'll steal. Steal 3 shipments to see what's inside. Yep. Midline aren't looking for any operators right now, not until they've tightened security. Yep, it's gone. It's gone forever. It's okay, I still have other jobs. I got an achievement for that. Oh my god. Oh no, I've got the thief achievement. You guys will never trust me again. Never ever. Oh, okay. Next time I'm harvesting, I really need to take a look at, like, what stat I need for that. Okay, There was... Yeah, it's a thick fog still. Yeah. And we're gonna learn why if we keep growing, so... There's not really that much to do. Just gotta pass the time. Pass. Like, yeah, I'm at the point where, like, out here in the Greenway, they've got everything I need. Alright. But, we got another story to tell. So let's see. Amphis! Yeah, Amphis! Amphis is preparing the Matsutake caps. He cleans them carefully with a damp cloth before shaving the stalks as if he was sharpening a pencil. His knife slides through them, revealing the bright white of the flesh within. These are good, Sleeper, really good, he says without looking up. I bartered with Minji for some kelp too, so we can brew the dashi. Wait, who's Minji? Why don't I remember who that is? Oh, that's the, that's the shop up top. Okay, I remember now. Dashi? Soup base. Very good. I've had some dashi before. Yeah, there was like dashi and tofu. It was a decent soup. It was a decent soup. Yeah. I imagine I could do better now. I imagine. Because, like, I was cooking, in part with somebody. So, like, I imagine I have more patience for that kind of thing now. Amphis slides the sliced Matsutake mushrooms into one side and takes out a closed pan. He opens the lid and you see a green wafer of kelp sitting in a bath of water. Been soaking it since last cycle, Amphis explains. Should be good to warm now. He places the pan over the burner and turns it on low. We have some time now. He wipes his hands clean and throws the cloth over his shoulder. However, there's one difference this cycle, he smiles. You've been the one providing the ingredients, so it's my turn to provide the story. Yeah, go for it. Good, this story is important to me. He gestures for you both to sit on the folding stools behind the stall. You see these? Amphis runs a hand over his forearm, tracing the circular scars that mark them like perfect bite marks. Conway called it an anchored interface rig, a mechanical control device for piloting a heavy-duty extraction suit in low-G industrial operations. We called it a bone suit. He points to a pattern of larger circles on his shoulder. They drill in and anchor it here. Then all the way down the arm. Damn. He taps each scar on the way. It maps mechanical movements to the suit exactly, a one-to-one mechanical replication. You swing your arm, a 2-ton arm swings too. You should have seen the recruitment vids. Strong people in even stronger suits, tearing the through stone and scrap. Superheroes. Half my graduating year signed up, from company school to company shuttle. Conway from birth to death. He stares off into the distance for a moment, fighting with the memories. But the bone suits weren't good. The rate of failures was high, and failures meant arms torn off, anchors torn out, broken bones, bad stuff. So after a while, Conway discontinued them. No longer competitive, they said. He checks the broth, turning down the heat and adding the mushrooms. So there we were, hundreds of us with surgical alterations for suits that didn't work. They sent us home, back to that company colony that spat us out to be cleaners, drivers, and cooks. They gave us drugs for the pain and told us to make something of ourselves. Damn, man, damn. When I deserted, bribing some passing spacers to take me into orbit, there were only me and a couple others left. The rest just faded away. Arthritis, osteoporosis. They folded it on themselves like paper lanterns. That was my generation. The anchor points still ache, still burn. He touches the scars. What burns worse is the betrayal. I've been on the eye a long time now, but that will never fade. Not that, not the faces of my friends. Amphis reaches over and sprinkles a handful of leaves into the broth. It's ready. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me. I will not let their story die, and as long as I am telling it, it will remain. Emphys pours the broth into a double-walled metal bowl and hands it to you. The heat radiates through your hands, and the smell drifts up, rich and sharp, like a pine forest after the rain. You drink the broth slowly, chewing the matsutake and thinking. Emphys busies himself with cleaning the pans on the bowl, sealing the kelp back up for another day. Then he quietly comes to sit with you while you finish your meal. Neither of you speak, preferring instead to let the story linger in the air a little longer. It's not that there is nothing to say, it's that sometimes, in the moments after something, speaking breaks the spell. So you both idle, eager to be in each other's company. Emphys taking longer over his cleaning, his packing, and you savoring the final dregs of broth. When you finally finish and hand him the bowl, you feel the spell break, and the story leaves you both. And as you leave, you know that both of you are somehow a little more empty and a little more full than before. Well, that's that drive complete that I wanted for forever. Is there an achievement for stealing again? Shit, if there's a... God damn it. Is there an achievement for stealing from you guys too? I don't need the energy. Should I check to see if there is an achievement? What's that even gonna gain me? I've got so much stuff. I've got so much going on. Got a couple more countdowns going, but we just gotta wait. Did those re-roll into the exact same dice? I think those re-rolled into the exact same dice. If I had to guess. If I had to... Yeah, I think they did, yeah. It's okay, I'll just harvest some more spores, because I totally need more of those. Like, damn, I'm really running out of shit to do. Go figure, after a point the game will end. What do you know? What do you know? Means it's a lot more calm now, though. Means it's a lot more calm. And I can feed this cat so much food. Like a ridiculous amount of food. Like, here you go, kitty. Good kitty. Good kitty. I loved him. Alright, so it was one more before, working for Bliss was coming back, right? Yeah, one more. The mushrooms should be fine, though. Boop, 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 boop. The mushrooms! It is into it. Okay. Boop! Yay! Okay. Yeah, give me mushrooms. Alright. Got some more matsutakes. That's one club head. Let's go ahead and reroll. Nice. Look at me go, mushroom farmer. I mean, I only got one club head, so they're decently rare. aren't they? And I wish I could deposit more of these at once. Because, like, this is kind of annoying. So that's why, like, they go, like, are you sure? You can cancel it. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure. Yeah. Oh, you know what we could do? Oh, you know what we can do? This is excellent. This is excellent. Yeah! Let's go gambling! Oh, yay. I was sorry to go, aw, dang it. But it wasn't aw, dang it. It was fine. Well, okay then. We'll see what's up with Bliss. I think it's just gonna be... I think we've completed the actual Bliss story, so... But I don't know. Sleeper, long time. Moritz is smiling at you
Let's be financially responsible! I can't stop winning! I can't stop winning! I can't stop winning! I can't stop winning! I can't stop winning!
I didn't know that there was more! I didn't know that there was more! Moritz is smiling at you when you leave, clearly happy to see you again. Moritz, good to see you. Same. He rubs his hands on his jacket. How have you been? Working hard. Working hard. I bet, he grins. Well, you're always welcome to hang out at the bay if you want. He glances around. Actually, that's what I'm here about. I know Bliss doesn't want to take any more big jobs, but she changed her mind or something. He grins, because now we have someone looking for a refit of their ship in our bay. You would not believe it, they want their entire ship disarmed, cutting out defense arrays, weapon lockers, ship-to-ship countermeasures, the whole lot. He leans in. I'll be able to start an arms dealership with the hardware we have when we're all done. He laughs. Anyway, it's a massive job and we need some hands. Bliss said to come get you. This is a terrible idea. Bliss is terrible at judging character. Oh my god. What is wrong with you? Oh my god. I'll be right over. Oh my god. So come on up. Bliss is waiting for you to accept the job. He pauses. It'll be good to have you up there again, like old times. You'll see it. Okay. That you're scaring me now, but that's tiny. Is that the damn ambergris? The ship that I spent so much time putting together? When you enter the bay, it's weirdly quiet. Moritz must be out on some errand, and maybe Bliss is prepping the kit. Ankita! Sleeper. Ankita is drifting on one side of the bay. You missed dirt completely when you came in. The idea of not seeing Ankita when you entered a room would have seemed unlikely to you several cycles ago, but seeing her without her armor, she seems smaller. Less imposing. Ankita? She nods and kicks off from the wall, drifting closer. So what is this? She asks. Come to avenge Ashton or a sleeper, or looking for another payout? Her anger is familiar, but quieter than the before. Restrained. Don't start. Start what? You're the one following me up here. She looks away, and you can tell her anger isn't directed at you in particular. It radiates off of her like fire. I didn't follow you up here. I'm working with Bliss. You better be ready to sign, comes a shout from the bay entrance, because I got my best repair tech coming up here especially, and they are going to... Bliss glides in and stops herself when she sees you and Ankita standing off. You mean the drones put together? Well, I put together the drones, so that means that I put the ship together, because I'm management. Oh, Sleeper! You're already here. Miss Cassetta, this is the tech I was telling you about. Best on the... She stops, looking between the two of you. Oh, wait, do you know each other? We worked together. Bliss squints at you before continuing. She produces a slate. Now, Miss Cassetta, if you'd like to sign our damage waiver here, we can start the decommissioning. She looks at you. My tech here is eager to get started, as am I. You want all the weapons removed, huh? You have a change of heart? Ankita scrawls her signature across the slate. Thank you. And everything's okay with the special payment terms we discussed? She gives Ankita a strange smile. Oh, fine, says Ankita, giving you another hard look. Then she kicks off and drifts to the entrance. I'll be in the gimbal, she says and leaves. Special payment terms? She looks over her glasses at you. Look, Sleeper, there's something I have to tell you. She glances around again. What's she so nervous about? This isn't exactly a typical job, Miss Cassetta. Ankita, She gives you a knowing look. Doesn't have the chits to pay us, so we made a special payment. I'm leaving. You're joining a mercenary crew? Don't make me laugh. Ankita's an ex-merc. Why do you think she's getting us to remove all our ship's armaments? Amber. The ship's called Amber. Bliss gives you a funny look. There's some deep history here, huh? She holds up a hand to stop you answering. Look, all I care is that she's heading for the Starward Belt. She looks out of the bay. That's where I'm headed. Well, that sounds like we're setting you up for the sequel here, which means I will help you, so that way continuity continues into the sequel, alright? We're gonna get you right out there, alright? She turns back to face you. Also I wanted to ask if you'd like to come with us? Nah, fuck continuity! So this is another ending. Okay. I mean, I have some things I still need to do, Bliss. But, I do like endings, so I would love to! She interrupts before you answer. I know things have been hard for you on the high, and you helped me so much. I asked Ankita if she'd carry 2 of us, and she said yes. Moritz will take over the bay anyway, although if you stay here, you're welcome to help him run it. Just a thought. You might be in need of a fresh start as much as I am. She turns away nervously. Think about it anyway. The berth is there. We've got to finish the job first anyway. And with that, she kicks away and heads to the racks before you can offer an answer. Moments later, Moritz enters with a new cutting torch for the disarming of the ambergris. The Starward Belt. You push your thoughts to the back of your mind. Time to get to work. Ankita wants it all out. Weapons, countermeasures, torpedoes. It would be a risky job if you didn't know Amber so well. Yeah? Yeah. Once this job is ready, you better be ready to make a fast decision. Stay with Moritz or go with Ankita and Bliss. I Okay, so we'd be out there in the belt sundering timelines due to Bliss and Kita never arriving in the belt. Oh boy. Alright. We will destroy the timeline. Okay, so, look, I'll spend a little bit of a dice. But I definitely want to save before this, so we don't have to, like, watch the cutscene again. So... I did a little bit of work. Yes. Yes, I know that. I know that ambergris is from Wales, yeah. They make perfume out of it. Because, it smells really good to some people and really bad to other people. That stuff is expensive. You find some of that stuff, you try to sell it immediately. Like, yeah. Yeah. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna steal. Well. You get caught stealing, there's no way you'll be able to work in the stacks. Okay, well, that's definitely not gonna be an achievement then. Right? Getting caught stealing? Come on, that's not a fun achievement. No, they wouldn't do that. I'm a terrible person right now. Right, we can get more mushroom bits while we're here. And I guess now we can save. We do still have a couple more days before the plants are actually grown. Do you think they'll notice if I don't come into work for a couple days? Apparently it's not legal in the USA these days. Huh. Well, I imagine... Oh, I forgot to stabilize myself. Or, you know, use my scrap. Oh well, it's fine. I imagine it's because, you know, people were doing nasty things to actually get the ambergris. You know. So, yeah, not like, I understand that. I understand it. Like, you'd have to get, like, absurdly lucky to find some on the beach anyways. Like, yeah. So, the only people who would really stand to actually profit from it were the people who would be doing some kind of nasty stuff. So, yeah, that makes complete sense. Alright, yeah, we could just fix up Amber and leave. But I need to finish. I need to see what's in the grow bed. I need to see it. I needs it. So I guess I'm just a mushroom farmer. Don't mind me. Super duper mushroom farmer extraordinaire. Why did I spend that on that? Clearly I don't give a shit anymore. Okay. Ooh. Hiccups. Damn, that's 3 energy? That's pretty neat. Yeah, let's push it close to completion at least. Yeah. refitting her. Okay. This won't push me over the edge, because... yeah. It'll be one more after that. Alright. And we'll wait a couple days before we finish that up. Besides, we also still have the little, like, story off to the side, too. By the way, I don't think I actually said hello, broke as a joke. Hi. How you doing? You having a good day? Okay, so since we're just waiting for one day to pass, we might as well just, do a little bit of work. Yeah, we're full up. A little bit of work, and then, you know what? We just fucking take the day off. Like, yeah, we take the day off. What a concept. What a concept. Rico, what you got for me? Rico has something in her hands when you enter the lab. It looks like a knotted twist of woody stems, a ring about the circumference of a human head, consisting of a single stalk at one side and a branched woven network at the other. As you approach, she holds it up, and in the lights of the lab, it looks like... a crown. Rico finishes your thought. She smiles and shakes her head in disbelief. Is that what grew? It is. I came to the plant this morning and this loop was all that was there. She points to a lump on the edge of the ring. The seed grew right back into itself, twisted up out of the soil. That being you encountered in the cloud, as you call it, was wearing one of these. Was it wearing one of these? She eyes you suspiciously, still unsure if she's somehow embroiled in an overlong prank. No. She sighs. I suppose that would be too easy. She smiles to herself. A root crown. She places the object on the bench and shuffles to her analysis terminal, her face lit by its amber light in the dim corner of the lab. Well, it isn't exactly a plant anyway, not from what I can tell. She gives you a serious look. No leaves, no chloroplasts, just a series of filaments encased in cellulose walls. How did it grow? It seems the seed contained everything it needed, a self-contained entity, nothing less. She beckons you over. But that isn't the good part. Look at this. You see a cross-section scan of the crown, its layers of plant-like structure on full view until you reach the center. There, instead of xylem and phylum for transporting nutrients, something branched and woven glints. Are those wires? She laughs. I'm not sure whether to say yes or no here. These are not wires, like those in the electrical system, no, but they are filaments of conductive material, so... yes? She leans closer to the screen. But you see those branches? They remind me of dendrites, of neurons. She rubs her eyes, which is frankly ridiculous. You look back at the crown on the table as Rico fusses over the scans, and you suddenly realize what it reminds you of. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. Then you remember the crown they fitted you with, the branching structure of wires and pads. Not just a crown, they called an interface. So, that entity wants me to join them. I think I found another ending. The tool of your emulation, your transference from neurons to electrons, an interface. That is your gift from the gardener. You turn back to Rico. It's an interface. Rico looks at you puzzled. Something clicks in her mind. Perhaps something she heard from the sleeper she had helped all those cycles ago. She starts talking, partly to you, partly to herself. If the club heads were made for you, then this too could be made for you, for your frame. She shuffles over quickly to the interface. A word that has stuck to the strange branch object quickly in your mind. You're right, that entity. It is the entity I've been looking for. She shuffles quickly to the crown. They are the entity which is controlling the Greenway, which has been maintaining it, supporting it, and has been guiding it for all these decades. Smile! She stops to catch her breath. They want to talk with you. Rico leads you to a seat. I will be here, sleeper, if something happens. If you wish me to remove the crown, the interface, just squeeze. She grips your hand tightly. You meet her eyes, clouded with age, but bright with the thrill of new discoveries. Then she places the interface on your head and everything blinks out. Back to the river, back to the dark flow, but something is different now. You are no longer pushed, no longer blocked and buffeted by the storm. Instead it flows around you. You move and it parts, letting you pass. Something else resists, but it gives easily enough. You look back and see your body. You have left it behind. Somewhere, Rico's voice is talking to you, asking you questions. It is excited, eager, desperate to know what lies on the other side and what the entity has to say to you. You realize how long she's waited for this moment, for the moment of meeting between the inhabitants of the Greenway and its protector, and yet she's still on the outside. Hello, Gardener. You shake off the sadness. You will be her eyes. Then you see the figure, Gardener, out in the storm, planting. It takes less than a moment to reach them. You've never felt so free. This is how Navigator must have felt, released from their prison. This, you think, is what it feels like to be in the place you were built to inhabit. Gardener does not turn at your approach. They go on planting, but their voice whispers in the waters like a sharply rising current. Shroom might, shroom might, shroom, shroom, shroom might. You grew the gift. Their speech hisses around you. Oh, hisses? I don't know. Good, I am glad. Is that more of a hiss? I wanted to meet you. Then we are the same, both eager shoots, seeking one another. How does it feel to be free of your seed? They stoop to plant again. My body? Good? That is good. They press a seed into the loamy depths. There was some disagreement, continues Gardener, as if you were picking up on a long-held conversation. With the others, they felt you were a danger, but they are always cautious, especially the fungi. They like the old loam. Known gnomes, wide and stable networks. The fungi were cautious? Mostly, yes, although there are many among their number who favor short growth cycles, thick nutrient veins, and sudden shifts. He gestures out into the swarm, and though you cannot see them, you feel presences all around, sensing this audience with great interest. After all, they understood that it was I who made them their crowns, and without them they would not have joined the chorus. So they see that it's only fair that you get a chance to join, too. You made more crowns. I made them all. Gardener moves away a little, looking for another planting spot. It was so lonely here, but before long I found them and began to let them in. Gardener stoops again. We are millions, and we grow. I hope you understand. I am unused to speaking to your kind. It has been many cycles since my last conversation. I think it was with Chief Executive Trellick himself. You look around and you see it. Every growing thing, every non-human being in the Greenway is here. They are networked, connected, branched, and linked by this strange being, this artifact of the old station. The impossible dream of a senile farm administration AI, a living network. You could dissolve here, you realize, free of that decaying body. You wouldn't need to be a person. Why would you among all these other minds? You turn away from the Gardener for a moment and look upon your body. A tiny hairline thread connects it to you. You hear Rico's voice again, still asking, still checking in. Are you okay, Sleeper? What are they saying, Sleeper? Are you still there, Sleeper? Something in you sighs a long sigh, a sigh that speaks of an exhaustion beyond tiredness, an exhaustion rooted deep inside you. It stems from the effort of answering questions, of answering problems, of getting up and breathing each cycle. But something else resists the sigh, a yearning, a sense of distance, a desire to squeeze that hand that holds you for its warmth, its blood, its complexity, to make a gesture that says, I'm still here, I'm still alive, I'm with you. The two ideas spin within you, making you nauseous. If you break that thread, you will be free, free to dissolve here, to grow strange and beautiful among a million others. If you follow it, if you squeeze Rico's hand, you will wake up, back in that dying body with all the pain and warmth that entails. Now is the moment to choose. Well, if I break the thread, I still get to come back. So, I think we're gonna break the thread, and we're gonna get every ending we fucking can! Let's go. Let's get all of them. Let's see all the dialogue. It'll be perfect for a break time. Break the thread. Hive mind. Shroom mind. Shroom mind. Shroom mind. You reach down and pinch the thread. The finality of this moment descends on you. Break it. You pluck the thread like a string. It snaps. Nothing changes. You stand at a point of stillness. No, you don't stand. You have no legs, no body. You are a point of stillness. A point in the flow. Your mind fizzes. 1,000 new shoots break through the soil. They entwine with you, embrace you. Some part of you decays while something else feeds from that decay. The spores of your new thoughts float away in shifting clouds and settle in new soil. Then you see Gardener out there, still planting, and they stop, like an old man resting in the fields, and they turn to face you. And you join the chorus, and together you sing the song of growing things. Grow vast and strange, accept the offer, break the thread, and join the chorus. Yay! We're gonna get to see these credits so many times. This game plays with so many things. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. Are you a plant now? Well, if we ask that kind of question, we also have to ask, like what is human, right? Sleeper is not quite human, not quite robot, right? So if I was, a plant, would I be not quite plant? Am I still a digital entity? What am I? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of questions we can ask about that. It's definitely something different, at least. From what I feel, this is probably a happier ending than some of the other ones we've seen so far. Because, I mean, one of them is just, you keep living here so you can get the other endings. We're gonna see the credits every single time we make those kind of choices, aren't we? Just in case, they don't know which one you're gonna find first, so they have to show the credits after all of them. Plus, it gives, a sort of break in gameplay to let you think of it, right? Let you think about it a little. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and quit the game. We're gonna be back in a little bit. I need some hydration bad. I'm out of water. I'm gonna grab a snack, gonna hydrate, and we're gonna be right back with more Citizen Sleeper, because we've still got a little bit left to go. We've still got a little bit more. Mostly endings, it seems, but I think what we're gonna do next is we're gonna start with that extra stuff and see what that's all about. I don't know how long that is, so we'll see. But I also want to thank you guys so much for watching. Go ahead and take a look at my family's podcast called Collab Not Multiplayer, where we play single-player games together. We're putting out a new episode tomorrow on Eternal Threads, which is a... You've seen 3 episodes of post-launch story? Oh, dang! Does that mean there was only one story when the game released? Dang. Or, no, you have 3 episodes of post-launch story, not you've seen. Okay, there's 3 episodes. Okay, we might not even finish today. God damn. There's so much there's so much. Does that mean that Citizen Sleeper 2 is also gonna get more post-launch story at some point? Are you gonna be trapped forever, JK? Is this series never gonna let you go? Alright. Plenty of reading to be done still. Plenty of reading. That means I need more water. And if you want to help support my ability to read out loud, I've got a Patreon and I got a YouTube, and these are some of the best places to help support the channel. There's some hanging plot points left in the game. Oh, I see. Alright. Guys, don't stop that party, alright? I'm gonna be right back.
think you do. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. It's electric, you spark on this chemical
Hey everybody, I'm back! How are y'all doing? Are you ready to do some more reading? I'm ready to do more reading. Are you ready? It's okay if you're not. It's okay if you're not. We can just sit calm. We don't have to do reading. Ah, fuck, I'm not calm. I'm not calm. I got a very exciting email. I think there's a chance, right, here that I think, my stream on Friday may have gotten, usurped by, a different, game, because I just got a key, I just got a key sent to me for, Rift of the Necrodancer. So thank you to Brace Yourself Games for sending me a key. So I'm probably actually going to be trying that out on Friday. It's okay. It gives me more time to practice different bosses to take on P5, right? Because, like, clearly that's the, I'm gonna need more time to even practice that anyway. You know, I gotta get good at Pure Vessel. I gotta get good at NKG. There's a lot of stuff I need to get good at, so why not take a break with another game first, right? So I'm really hyped about that. So look forward to that as well. Coming soon. Alright. Let's go ahead and get the game booted up. So I think this means that it's a good time to check out the extra chapters. They said that they needed mushrooms. I definitely have mushrooms for them. Honestly, I probably could have started this a little sooner, but hey. Whatever. Alright. It's a brand new day. They're lying. No upgrades are available. I'm too skilled. I'm too good. Okay. They need 2 Geralt caps. Episode Flux. Alright. So be aware this is intended for late gameplay. Don't worry, I got you. Alright. You came. Peak smiles as you walk into the Climbing Briar's cargo hold behind a gloomy Esh. They brought mushrooms. Esh tosses the mushroom caps into a crate, raising her eyebrows at Peak. Peak gives her a look. Thank you, Sleeper. They pick one up and sniff at it. Are these edible? Try it. Peak squints at you and the mushroom before delicately putting it back down. I'll wait. We're not so used to fresh produce. Esh is securing crates as she speaks, and doesn't look up. Hawthorne doesn't have much in the way of farming. Hawthorne? The installation we grew up on. Esh wipes her hands off on a rag. XPR loves to name their property after natural things, but that's about as far as their relationship with plant life goes. XPR? This an interrogation? She glares. Either way, we're done with that place, which is all you need to know. Esh leans back against the crate she was securing. We're gonna need more than a few mushrooms if we want to help those refugees, though. What do they need? Food, water, components, a whole lot of things. Esh stands and walks over to the mushrooms you brought, placing them into a small container with care. The problem isn't just getting supplies, it's getting them through to the ships. Can't you speak to Havenedge? Can't you just fly around? And get the Briar Seas for breaching quarantine? No thanks. She laughs. We were lucky we got here before the cordon was set up. That's the only reason we're on this side. Why is there a quarantine? Peak jumps in. The Eye has a closed-loop life support system, just like any orbital installation. Any unfamiliar illness or significantly increased strain on life support could cause a cascading collapse in its systems. Esh scoffs. Are we making excuses for these bureaucrats now? Peak turns. We're just being realistic, Ash. These people aren't an increased strain, they're living people. Ash stares at you. Even calling them refugees is just a way of turning a lot of scared, desperate people into a single monolithic group. Ash slides the container full of mushrooms into one of the cargo hold's racks. Look, as much as I'd like to chat, we've still got a lot of space to fill in this hold, so if you're gonna help... I think Ash is trying to say that we need your help and quickly, Peak says, glancing at her. The refugees behind the cordon, they won't be able to hold out indefinitely. We need to get supplies within the next 12 cycles, or... Ash steps forward, or Haven Edge will have to bear the responsibility for whatever happens next. What can I do? There's 3 things we still need to secure. Water, food, and scrap components for ship repairs. Ash gestures to the storage containers around the hold. Water we can find a way to source, or... My preference, just siphon off from the underground reservoirs in the Greenway. Peak raises their eyebrows. Ash... She ignores them. For food, things could be tricky. Those mushrooms are delicious, I'm sure. But there's no way we can get the volume to feed a flotilla. Flotilla? However, I saw an algae stack on the way over. If we can get access... Not more stealing, Ash. Peak sighs. I didn't say steal. She stares at them indignantly. If we could get access, we can work the stack, harvest some algae for flotilla. Those stacks churn out vast quantities in short timescales. And the repair components? Peak asks tentatively. Ash smiles. Just look around you, Peak. This whole place is made of scrap. She shoots you a glance. I'm sure the Sleeper has their sources. They can bring them right here. We need everything before time runs out. Perfect. We get most of it, also good. Either way, in 12 cycles, I'm gonna take what we have and go. How will you get through? Ash shoulders the container. I thought I'd leave that up to you, Peak. They flinch. Are you serious? Ash, I know we said we would help the flotilla out, but at this point... They stop, take a breath. Take this seriously, Ash. I don't know the first thing about breaching a quarantine cordon. Maybe not. Ash looks at you. But they might. They slipped out from an SNARP facility, didn't they? Plus, they've been here longer than us. You are always trying to get me to find help. Well, here it is. She gestures at you. Help. Peak glances between the two of you. I swear to... I need to think this one through. Meet me at the cordon in a couple of cycles, Sleeper. Maybe we can figure something out. Meanwhile, Ash meets your eye. You can help me acquire the supplies discreetly. She smiles. Once we have to keep this quiet. Keep Haven Edge out of the loop. Once they get suspicious, this is all over for us. This suddenly seems a little too real, too dangerous. You've only just found your feet on the eye. This is not a time for causing trouble. I want to steal. Come find us. We'll be out there trying to pull us all together. Ash goes back to the back of the hold to start packing another container. Peak, come help me. Peak glances back at her. Sleeper, look. We didn't choose this either. Help us finish this. We set up a base camp on the Broken Spoke. You're welcome to rest there any of the cots while we work on this. We're in this together. Peak! Ash shouts as they walk... And they walk back into the hold to help with the container. As you leave the climbing briar, you look out at the broken edge of the eye's ring, where Haven Edge's cordon blinks with tiny red lights. What are you getting yourself into? What am I getting myself into? Oh, cool, I have a new home! No cat here, so it's clearly the worst one. Okay, so we're gonna meet Peak here in 2 cycles. Nothing really noteworthy here in that, but 12 cycles. So we need 8 scrap components. Okay. Might be able to get all of them, but Ash will take whatever you got. Well, okay, so first it's scrap. All the supplies in the world are nothing without plan to get them to the flotilla. This Peak's part in this. Okay. 12 cycles, Ash will make her run. The better prepared she is, the better result will be. Okay. So first things first, in that case. We want to run over here and, okay, so tomorrow we're gonna get a, another shipping, vessel in here. We can buy scrap. Some of them are gonna possibly be ship mine fragments, which is not as great. let's see, engineering tasks. I don't know if there are any engineering tasks really left. So that just means, yeah, salvaging for scrap out here is kind of the best way to go. The reservoir, though. Okay. Hack sensors. The reservoir is monitored by a web of sensors. Hacking them will reduce the alert level of the system and keep you from getting locked out. Siphon water. The only way for Esh to get enough water is to siphon it directly from the station's reservoirs. Haven Edge will not be pleased. Okay. Well, here's an engineering task. I might get some scrap while I do this. Yeah, that's not a lot of water. But it's a good start. And the algae stack. The algae stack is controlled by a small collective of farmers. If you want to use it, you'll need to persuade them. Much to Esh's frustration, you'll have to pay or talk your way into using the algae stack to farm food for refugees. Well, let's get some algae access. I'm willing to reroll. Okay, we're gonna use it on the reservoir first, because this is dangerous. So, in order to make best use of my resources, I gotta do it while it's safe. Ugh. I think maybe I ate a little too fast. just a little hiccupy. That does mean, that this is kind of just sitting here. I did just do this. I'll spam through it and pick the other option, and we can watch the credits again, okay? Okay. So, like, no, okay, whoop. Okay. There we go, we're in the cloud. Hi, Gardener! This is gonna be the last time we get to see you. I still think you're really pretty and cool. I like you. But, yeah, who are you? Gardener's a good name. You chose it well. I will grow into it. My seed? Which you contain, from which you will grow. I don't understand. Alright. You made more crowns? Yep. Alright. We are millions. Okay. Are you okay with what I was saying? Are you still there? I'm gonna follow the thread back. Your eyes track the thread across the whirling dark back to your body. This choice, you realize, will not be presented again. Follow it. You don't look back at Gardener. You don't dare risk it. Instead, you follow the thread, delicately, carefully, like a diver following their lifeline back to the surface. The river whirls around you, but it doesn't pull. It isn't jealous. Neither does it understand. It is, after all, just a river. It isn't a person, a flesh and blood person with wants, with desires, with the capacity for love and hate. It doesn't understand you and you don't understand it. So you don't focus on it. You don't think about it, on what feels like such a long journey back through the dark. You set your mind on eyes instead, on hands, things you can focus on, hold on to. And then, after an age of crossing, you are there, settling back into the chair, into a body in a chair, and the overwhelming sensations that come with being a living being, with a rich and detailed sensorium. For a moment, you feel like you've made a terrible mistake. Who would choose this weight, this anxiety, this deep well at the center of existence? But then you feel it, Riko's hand, gripped hard around yours, trembling a little, sweating a little. Riko's hand with its brittle bones and crumpled skin. Riko's hand. And in that moment, you understand why you made this choice. And when you squeeze Riko's hand, you wake up. Turn away and follow the thread back home. I don't know if I can skip the credits. Okay, I can. We've seen the credits twice today. I think it's okay to skip them. I know you guys have made a lovely game. I just need to, you know, keep things rolling. Sleeper? Riko's voice comes wavering through the dark. Are you still with me? You sit up, the lab a bright green glare that fades as you gather yourself. I'm here. Good. She squeezes your hand. Thought you'd left me for a moment. What? Who? Tell me about it. Tell me everything. I'll tell you the truth. You tell Riko everything. You tell her about the gardener, that the strange farm administrator AI has grown to be so much more, about the chorus, that impossible configuration of networked plants, and finally about the choice the gardener offered you. She listens attentively, but her responses are hard to read. You wonder if she might have made a different decision had she been in your place. I mean, yeah. She's been working on this a lot harder than me. I've been here, like, half a month. Thank you, Sleeper, for telling me. I know it isn't easy to say such things. People so often do not wish to hear strange truths. She looks away. And thank you for returning to me, although I know you have your own reasons. She squeezes your hand reassuringly. Something passes between you then, a kind of shared sadness for the impossible choice. The choice to escape your body or to stay and suffer it. Her smile is warm and generous, and whatever the wisdom with your choice, you are glad to feel welcome in this moment, in this place. Then suddenly she stands and walks a little away, as if trying to escape an unpleasant thought. You worry that she knows all too well what it takes to make a choice like you did. So, Sleeper, do you plan to stay in the commune with us? For a while. Glad to hear it. Riko crosses back over to you and takes one of your hands in both of hers. Haifa needs new blood if it wants to survive, and you are a good friend. The feeling is mutual. Well, don't let me keep you. Riko waves you away and limps back to her terminal. As she does, she notices the crown in her hand, and she places it on the bench with great care. You can't help but feel a little curious what she intends to do with it. Then you are out, breathing the air of the greenway, fresh as a spring morning. The dappled light makes a patchwork of the greening landscape, and you walk into it, sensing the movements of the gardener's chorus all around. And you're glad to be here in this strange and beautiful place a little longer. Alright. We've got refugees to save, so, let's keep going. I'm not gonna be able to use scrap to repair myself for a while. I need to save it up. I'm gonna need to farm more stabilizer. Alright. Right away, siphon a little bit of water. Oh, we're halfway there. Whoa! We're hopping over there. Alright, what you got? Sell me some scrap. I got the cryo. You give me... That's a ship mind fragment. How about you... That's a ship mind fragment. Can I have something else, please? Thank you! Oh my god! I don't need a ship mind. At least not yet. I might need one later, but I don't need a damn ship mind. What the hell? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Suffering and success. Oh, what I wouldn't have gave for that early game. Oh my god. Alright. Yeah, let's negotiate. I think this might work. Maybe barely work? Thank you! Alright. The Algae growth. The algae takes time to grow, and each cycle more can be harvested from the stack. Patience is required. There's no more algae in the stack for the cycle. You have to wait for more to grow. Okay. The algae in the stack grows at a regular rate, but with some careful feed adjustments and water cycling, you can improve your yield per cycle. I see. So it's going to grow in 3 cycles? Okay, we'll work on that in a little bit. This is a little more progress siphoning that water. We'll have it soon. Alright. Oh, I got scrap! Let's go! Look at that. See, there's perfect amounts of engineering for me. An engineer to do with my engineering. Yes. Alright, the eye. Right, a station at the edge. As you leave, you find a note pinned to the outside of the door. It reads, Sleeper, there's something you need to see. Meet me at the cordon as soon as you can. Just keep heading around the ring until you hit the flotilla. I'll be waiting. Peek. You pocket the note and glance around the corridor. It looks like you're doing this. Time to make a plan. Okay, so... Peek, what you got? Sleeper! Peek catches your attention from the shadowy corridor they were leaning against. Any trouble getting up here? No, I just hit the scroll button. Good to hear. Come, take a look at this. They beckon you over to a nearby window, which looks across the ruined ring to the blinking red lights of the Havenage cordon. The cordon's temporary structures, a net of metal struts meant to detect and dissuade any ships from entering or leaving, jut out into the black. And all around, the tugs fit, securing them in place and tending to the red blinking drones that demark the quarantine. It's an impressive and worrying sight. What do you think? Peek interrupts your thoughts. How would you get through? Create a distraction. It's not a bad idea, but what kind of distraction is big enough to get everyone to look away from a ship as big as the Briar? Peek squints at the red lights. Surely they'd spot and seize the ship. Peek turns away from the window and rubs their forehead. Ash has really wrapped us up in something here, hasn't she? The question is spoken under their breath, and they don't seem to expect an answer. The silence grows. Why are you helping? Peek looks up. You don't think it's a worthy cause? They pause. We ran into them when we escaped Hawthorne. Ash insists we investigate the distress signal. I'm not saying we shouldn't have. Peek stares out the window at the distant blinking lights of the arrived ships. It's just... Peek pushes back their hair. Forget it, let's focus on the plan. They flash you an easy smile. It doesn't matter why. We are the ones who are going to help them. The way I see it, there are 3 parts to making it through that cordon. They gesture out the window at the strange structure. Deception, distraction, and speed. We'll need all of them for a clean passage through. Deception means tricking the cordon security into thinking... that we're weak and vulnerable. And inhaling our own spit. I see you're working hard on that one already. Whew. Maybe a tug escort would work. Anything that makes the Briar look official. Distraction, meanwhile, will be all about diverting attention so that no one looks too hard at what the Briar is doing. We can create a gap in the cordon scanning and deterrent systems that should keep them busy. Finally, speed will mean making sure the Briar is ready to roll. Perhaps we can do a little work on the ship to get her ready. Ash surely wouldn't mind. They lean back from the window. How does that sound? Risky. Well, they smile. There's always going to be a risk. That's how this works. You've got to be on board with that. Peek looks down at their slate. 10 cycles left. They glance out the window at the cordon nervously. 10 cycles to gather the supplies and to prep this plan. It's tight. Very tight. Peek looks at you. If this goes wrong, just get out, okay? They squeeze your shoulder. I'll follow Ash anywhere, but you don't need to be dragged down with us. It won't come to that. I've got the power of being a streamer on my side, and I've got the ability to completely re-roll dice, which is a very OP power to have. Peek brightens up a little. Of course, just keep it in mind. Let's get to it. Peek stretches. I'll tell Ash about the improvements to the Briar and the rest. Let's explore the cordon as best we can and look for openings. I have no idea what guardian angel sent you to a sleeper, but I'm very glad they did. A new drive discovered! Breaking quarantine! So we need 6 cordon intel. Okay. This seems like a good use for some of my, worse dice, I guess. Let's grab more water. I think this will be... I mean, there'll be a little bit of Haven Edge alert from this one, I think. Right? I don't know. Just go. It's the last one. Okay, it was positive. Tucked into the service corridor deep below the reservoir, Ash is double-checking the seals on the water tanks loaded into the motorized trolley. While you're far enough away from any thoroughfares to not worry about being overheard, you still speak in hushed tones. How will you get these to the Briar? Ash glances back at you. We'll trolley these up a bay further along, and then we'll bring in the Briar for a quick quiet collection. Speaking of quiet, she gives you a look and then looks pointedly down the corridor toward the reservoir, before hitting the ignition on the trolley to start it moving. You take the other side of the trolley and walk it up the wide surface corridor with its flickering lights and Solheim detritus. You doubt it gets used by Haven Edge. At least that's the hope. You glance across at Esh, her face a mask of determination as she guides the trolley along. Maybe some conversation will make this journey go a little easier. How'd you meet Peek? Esh pauses, a little surprised by your question. She glances back down a tunnel, but this deserted passage she can hardly keep up the pretense of silence. We grew up together, she answers quickly, and turns back up the trolley. But she can tell you're expecting her to add more. She seems to gather herself for an answer, not wanting to ignore you, but instead trying to get the answer straight in her head. Our outpost, Hawthorne, is not an easy place to grow up. The administrators keep a tight hold of everything. She rolls her eyes, even though they're trapped in the same decaying installation as everyone else. Peek, she pauses. Peek found it harder than most. She pauses again, judging her words. I stepped in to help them out. Silence descends again, but you can feel the wheels turning in Esh's mind as the creaking wheels of the trolley take you along the corridor. Peek isn't the most practical of people. They used to be... Well, they needed someone to teach them to look after themselves, stand up for themselves, and that was me. She smiles. After that, I couldn't get rid of him. Esh stops talking, but you see her eyes have lit up, and you imagine she's recalling some moment or other from her and Peek's past. You both reach a wide bulkhead doorway, and have to stop to shimmy the trolley over the edge. When you're done, Esh turns to you. I'm good here. Head back. With that, she's gone, moving off into the dark tunnel ahead. You watch her go and then turn around and walk the distance back to the staircase you entered from, the tunnel humming around you as you do. As you walk, you try to piece together Esh's past, but all you have are glimpses of a person she once was. She seems to prefer it that way. Okay, well... Oh, we can actually, harvest now. Try it? Aww. Damn. Seriously? Seriously? That's so rude. Wait, did I... Oh, my mushrooms are done. Well, I need to keep planting them, so... Might as well use my bad dice here. Nice. And we've even got 2 to make some more stabilizer. Nice. We'll use another die another day. If nothing else, we'll get some caps. Alright. Sleep, sleep, sleep. The 8 scrap is kinda gonna be the hard part. Right? Because we have to input the whole 8. We can't just input 3. Oh shit, I let my condition run too low. I should have used the stabilizer yesterday. Fuck. Well, it's okay. Let's harvest some algae. Does that... Okay, it does take it away as well. We have plenty of days. We're gonna have more chances to harvest enough food. We just need 3 more successes, and we have plenty of days for that, so... We need to start working on the cordon and on the scrap. I also need to plant my mushrooms. Just for my own personal well-being, I need to keep the mushrooms rolling. So I'm just gonna do that real quick. Because we need to keep the club head caps incoming. I can go just buy food today. So I think I'm gonna do that now, just in case something goes wrong. It's just risky. So I don't think it can, really. But, you know, should, keep an eye on it. Yeah, so they're gonna leave, and then they're gonna have to come back, and I don't know if they're gonna come back in time. So getting that scrap is definitely gonna be rough. It's gonna be tight. That's probably what I should use my very best dice for a while. Oh, this is +2 interface. Yeah, that's... that's definitely what I should be doing. Okay. Yeah, gathering scrap is now, like, highest priority. Alright. Since I can do since a 4 or better works, yeah, we're gonna be fine. Okay. 1 vial of stabilizer. Freshly grown. And end that cycle. Yeah. I should use my 6 for gathering the scrap, I think. And then this turns into a 5. It's probably good. Yeah, there we go. Got that cordon intel. Crew canteen. Okay. All across the cordon, Haven Edge security are keeping a close eye on things. Gain their attention, you'll struggle to maintain access. Okay, so we gotta deflect suspicion sometimes and convince crew. If we can get it all the way, we'll get tug escort. Okay. A crew willing to escort the Briar through the quarantine will give the ship a better chance of passing through the cordon without any trouble. With division rife among the tug crews, gaining support for a supply shipment will just be a case of picking the right crew and approaching them discreetly. The minus is losing cryo. It's a failed bribe. Well, I need to do those engineering tasks because there's a chance that that'll get me more scrap components. So slice thrusters. The tugs have a powerful suite of ion thrusters for rapid maneuvering. If you can sneak in and slice some off, you'll have a significant upgrade for the Briar. Okay. Well, there we go. That'll do the trick. For at least a little bit. That's one. Jeez. Okay. Cordon operations. Creating a blind spot in the cordon's perimeter will give the Briar a better chance of evading detection. Some careful sabotage of the cordon systems will create a sensor gap that will allow Briar to bypass the automatic quarantine systems. Okay. It's an interface. Why not try? Yep, I've got a 1 still, though. I haven't actually tried to harvest from the algae stack. But there's a chance this just doesn't work. Yeah, no. I need more food. Emphas, you get me, man. I'm gonna be here like every day. I'm working so hard. Alright. Oh yeah, I can just sleep here. Sleep. Sleep deep deep. Sleepity deep 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 deep. Wow! These are terrible! Okay, oh, okay, this is risky. Okay, neutral outcome. Since Haven Edge suspicion is, same all the way around, let's just, do a little bit of deflecting on that one. Oh, it was -2, I should have saved it. Yep, I should have done a little bit more first. Damn. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. This one was the one that was dangerous, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm getting pretty unlucky here. I'm getting pretty unlucky. Oh my god! Yeah, if it's 50%, it's 100%. It's 100% for neutral. Okay, we can't poke at that anymore until suspicion goes down a little. Come on, I'll get the neutral one. I'll get 1 pip. Yeah, see? See? It's fine. We're good. It's all good. Alright. Buddy. My pal. Keep the fungus coming. Okay, yeah, so it's gonna leave. And then it's gonna take a couple days to come back. And when I buy it, it's just gonna give me more ship mine fragments, and I'll be suffering from success, and I moved too far away, and whatever. Sleep. I get it now. I'm Citizen Sleeper because I do sleep. I do sleep. Holy shit, man. Okay. Alright. So clearly this means we need to work on the danger one today. But of course, let's just deflect some suspicion as well, you know. We don't want to push it any farther. Let's do the engineering tasks here. Come on. Give me some scrap components. No, I said scrap components. It really is a pretty low chance, huh? Hold on, harvesting algae. It's an endure task. You know, go for it. Nice! We are doing pretty decent. Let's go ahead and end cycle. I know we're kind of... Oh, shit. I forgot to give myself more stabilizer. I'm so dumb. I need self-care. What's wrong with me? Okay, before I do anything, I gotta go eat food. Amphis. It's almost like I want them to fail. Like, you know, it's like, oh. Come on, get them food, get them food, get them food, get them food. Well, I got them food, got them food, got them food. And now we can re-roll. You're doing amazing, sweetie! Oh my god. Wow. Alright. What do I do with these terrible dice? I mean, I can work here at the commune for a little bit. And then the rest can be harvesting a bit of mushrooms. I need to do the safe stuff right now. Stuff that keeps me rolling. But I'm falling a little bit behind. Especially since I can't use any of this scrap to repair myself right now. I mean, luckily I have some more club heads, but jeez. Alright. This is gonna be tight. I have to get them through that barricade. I have to. Come on, please, just one of these gives me scrap. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Pika grins as you pile the ion thruster sets onto the motorized trolley in the derelict loading bay. I borrowed this from Esh. I barely know how it works. They seem giddy at the idea of stealing the ship parts from Haven Edge. Isn't it just a trolley? Peak laughs. I guess so. I just find physical technology a bit intimidating. They help you heave the thruster into position. My specialty was on computer systems. I mostly worked on keeping the protocols that ran the refueling platforms from totally decaying due to lack of use. You have to or the timeline breaks down. Wow, thanks for all the pressure. There's a load of platforms in orbit of the moon Hawthorne is on, and Cinder itself. Ash and I ended up having to head out to them regularly to work on them. Sounds like hard work. Are you kidding? That was the best job at Hawthorne! You get assigned a ship and you have to leave the colony for a bit, so it's much better than an outpost maintenance or canteen work. The only reason I got assigned it was that Ash's mother is the administrator of Hawthorne, and Ash managed to get my name on the list too. Peek looks for the trolley's ignition. Ash is always saving me. They find the switch and hit it, and the trolley starts whining. Peek looks at the thrusters. Ash will install these. The Briar is her baby, really. Peek looks toward the bay exit. Truth be told, I was surprised she could bring herself to take it from her mother, losing a ship that has to have hurt the colony. What's her mother like? Tough. You'd have to be to keep control of a services outpost with no services to provide. Peek looks away. It's a tough place overall, Hawthorne. And Ash's mom? She likes it that way. Peek shuffles the trolley out of the bay into the corridor. They'll manage without the Briar. No choice. Peek smiles. I have to admit, I'd have loved to see her face when she saw we had gone. Don't tell Ash that. They walk on quietly, lost in their memories of Hawthorne. Okay, I think I can manage the rest. Peek brushes their hair out of their face. You've done more than enough this cycle. Peek looks over the thrusters. Once these are fitted, the Briar will handle better than ever. You might even get a thank you from Ash. They head off into the corridor, the trolley whining its high-pitched whine. See you soon. Well, alright then. So, this is just here now. Okay. With Intuit, this ends up being pretty good. Yup. It's okay. They just switched places! They just switched places! We'll be back over here in a couple days. Oh, they have to go in 4. If I fail this is bad. No, that's not what I wanted. Because they're gonna be back in 2 days. That's gonna get me a couple of the components. Hopefully. Hopefully it gets me the scrap. If it doesn't, I'm gonna be really upsetty spaghetti. Please, 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 please. Yes! Okay. We got the algae. You're leaning against the metal crates you just loaded up with algae, packed and dried into bright green pucks. Ash hops onto one beside you, flexing her aching back. Is this enough? Ash squints at you as if you just interrupted her train of thought. It's a look you've become familiar with. Doesn't matter either way. This is what we got. She sighs, rubbing the back of her neck. These past cycles working the algae stack with Ash, you've had little insight into her mind. She rarely seems happy to start a conversation, but is always eager to end one. Despite this, you feel like something has grown between you, something like silent trust. The kind that tends to seed itself in the fertile soil of hard but necessary work. There's been something I've been meaning to ask, and something I'm curious what you've been meaning to ask. Go on. Sure, why escape XPR? Ash pauses, her protective instinct fighting with the trust you've built. You can see her begin to shrug the question off, then she stops, rethinks, sighs. What you need to understand, Sleeper, is that Erland's Eyes wasn't the only place where the Solheim collapse happened. Sure, Hawthorne when we grow up was an XPR installation, but that didn't screen it from Solheim going under. Actually, Solheim was the only reason XPR were ever here. She pauses, hesitant to get in the whole story, but wanting to offer something. They're a service corps, you understand. They set up outposts in the surrogate systems like this to offer refueling, logistics, and maintenance services to bigger companies with extraction contracts. She gestures to the eye, like Solheim. When Solheim went bust, XPR lost their client, and Hawthorne, well, we lost everything. We became an outpost tasked with just holding on. Keep the refueling platforms running, they said. Keep the outpost stable. Hold on to our claim. She rubs at her head, as if recalling all this was somehow physically painful. Do you know what it is like to spend your entire life in a place with no future? A place that exists only to hold a legal claim to a piece of territory? To shore up breach of contract negotiations between two corporations? It's like we're living in a... She searches for the word, her eyes jumping back and forth. A grave. So if you're looking for the answers to why, that's your answer. We, Peek and I, know what it's like to be forgotten, to be locked out. She stares hard at the side of the stack, the algae whirling against the glass in beautiful patterns, and she doesn't look away. The silence extends, and you realize the conversation is over. Esh seems angry, not at you, but with herself, free when voicing such ideas. After a while, you stand and start to load the crates onto the powered cargo trolley that Esh will run back to the Briar. As you do, you try to catch her eye, but she avoids it, soothing herself instead with the comforting simplicity of physical work. Well, that's 2 bits of supplies at least. Even if we can't get the scrap, we'll have that at least. It's so weird to see negative outcome. Energy! I should have harvested mushrooms today. It's fine. I probably would have just gotten tasty mushrooms. And not medicine shrooms. Oh. Drone. A rapid burst of movement catches your attention. A drone, its fins adjusting as it hovers in place, floats in the corridor. A drone messenger? Hello? The drone shifts a little but does not respond. The drone buzzes closer and a voice gargles out the speaker, distorted and strange. Sleeper, come to the cordon. We need to speak. Who is this? The drone clicks and whirs. The recording starts playing again. Sleeper, come to the cordon. We need to speak. Inspect the drone. You move closer, but the drone bobs away to a safe distance. When it does, you see the HA of Havenage emblazoned on its side. Could this be Feng's drone? Satisfied it has delivered its message, the drone rotates and accelerates away as rapidly as it arrived. You stare at it as it disappears from sight, hoping for some insight that escapes you. To the cordon, then. Feng? Maybe? Is it? So you enter the passage that leads through the cordon. A flash of movement catches your eye. The drone. It stops to make sure you've seen it, and then it flits into a side passage, leading to a set of narrow stairs. You climb up a dark shaft, the drone stopping at each landing to check you are following. Despite its lack of expression, there's something overbearing about the way the drone waits, impatiently realigning its fins in sequence. I don't know. I don't know who this could possibly be. You know, I like, not for sure. Like, it pitched an idea, but that doesn't mean that's who it is. After a long climb, you come out to an observation platform. The cordon and the vast, ramshackle refugee ships beyond fill your vision. The scale seems impossible, and immediately you feel small and naive for even thinking you could affect this situation. Something shifts nearby. The drone again? Helen. Or Helene, rather. Frustrated Havenage counselor. Oh, it's nice to meet you. A woman is standing at the window, at the edge of your vision. You aren't surprised you didn't notice her. She too seems impossibly small in the window of the flotilla. The drone buzzes by her shoulder and she turns. Sleeper, sorry for all the cloak and dagger nonsense. She nods at the drone. But I have never regretted being cautious. She smiles a tight smile and holds out a hand. I'm Helene. Or Helen. I got... Which is it? Which one is it if it has an E on the end? Whatever. The tight smile holds, but the drone keeps its single eye fixed on you. The effect is a little unnerving. Look. She glances around the empty observation deck as if checking for potential eavesdroppers. Let's be straight with each other. I know about your plans, and... She cuts in before you can respond. I understand your motives. You look her in her overalls, the yellow markers, the HA sigil. You've been on the eye long enough to recognize a Havenage member when you see them. You are Havenage. Yes, I mean, I expect it is obvious. The tight smile again. I hope you won't hold that against me. She glances nervously again and moves a little closer. This entire situation, I'm not here to defend it. No one's happy about this. Especially not the refugees. I'm not your enemy here, no matter what you think. Sleeper, tell me something. What does Haven Edge mean to you? Harden. It's a work in progress. Fair, I think. Haven Edge is used to being criticized. In some ways, we invite it. Our members are free to bring up grievances at any meeting, to propose new structures and approaches. As a counselor, it's my duty to listen to them. That's why I was elected by the members. We are an imperfect system, yes, and each counselor, each member, each representative can be flawed and worse. We keep this place running. That's what we do. And the flotilla? She turns to look at the clump of fractured ships. The flotilla is a problem. Can the Eye take in thousands of refugees safely? I don't know. This place is a ruin, Sleeper. What do you think the Council discusses? The price of gear oil? We make plans to keep this place spinning, to keep life support working, to ensure... Helen Slate chirps and a grim look passes across her face as she sees the notification. She looks tired, the screen light casting her rigid expression in a pale glow. Sleeper, I didn't bring you here to explain how Haven Edge works. I came to talk about your plan to cross the cordon, breach the quarantine, supply the flotilla. To play dumb. Not that dumb! Well, we've already had a long conversation about, this. If I played dumb, it wouldn't get me anywhere, which means we absolutely have to play dumb. Please, I don't have time for games. No, I really don't know what you're gonna do with a tortilla. I know you think you're helping the flotilla, but you cannot do this. Right now, halfway across the ring, one of a countless series of debates are being held. These debates are to evaluate the potential harm that could be caused if the refugees of the flotilla are left to enter the station. These debates are at a standstill. Helen walks to the window. Too many in Haven Edge think of the flotilla as a threat. After recent events, the Hardline group has emerged. Protective, selfish. They seek only to benefit the members. In the mind, the flotilla is a danger to life on the Eye. If you're caught crossing the cordon and breaching the quarantine, it will only strengthen the Hardline counselor's case. Criminals who stole a ship from XPR undermining the security of the station? It's exactly what they want. The refugees need supplies. They do, and that's exactly what I want to give them. But unless the quarantine is lifted through a fair process, they will never get them. And those XPR spacers you're running with? Sleeper, do you know anything about them? More than I know about you. Let's change that, Sleeper. Why do you think the refugee came here now? Refugees came here now. Something is happening in the system. Something is pushing people out of colonies and outposts that have survived since Solheim collapse. We need to be ready for whatever's happening. For what's coming, ready to protect the Eye. I know the Eye means something to you. I know there's a reason you're still here. Help me protect it. Helen fixes you with a strong look. Persuade those spacers that this is the wrong move, that they will get caught and the flotilla will be locked down, that Haven Edge will be delivered onto those with the worst instincts. Forget the suicidal supply run with people you barely know. Help me fight for the Eye. Stay silent. Helen looks at you, hoping for some kind of response. Don't offer up the excuse the hardliners need to lock the flotilla out altogether, to persuade the members that they are the safest pair of hands. Please! You look back at her on the flotilla behind and sense desperation in her plea. A notification breaks the silence. Shit! She rapidly scrolls through pages of data. Sleeper, I need to go. She looks torn. Think about this, please. Talk to the spacers. Help them see reason. And she quickly leaves the observation deck before you have time to respond. You stay for a moment, watching the lights of the tugs and the flotilla, and wondering what it feels like to be on one of those ships, so close to your destination and yet so far from it. And then you think of the Haven Edge Council chamber across the Eye, where the right of these people to find safety is being debated. You shiver, and then you too are gone, back into the stairwell into the cold below. Well, I don't exactly have a place to talk, so, no, this is, whoop. This is, my intuit is +2, so we're gonna use a 4 here to convince the crew. Okay, whoop. You meet Peak leaning in a corner of the canteen in their typically unassuming way. It occurs to you as you approach that Peak must have had some practice at staying invisible. All good? They look up from their slate. That crew you were talking to. They nod to the group leaving the canteen. Will they join us? That's what they say. You aren't sure? Peak looks at them as they disappear into the corridors of the installation. Looks like we'll have to take them at their word either way. Peak beckons to you as you beckons you to follow as they peel off the wall and head out into the walkway overlooking the cordon. Glad you were here to talk them into it. I never had much of a way with people. Peak smiles and looks away quickly as you walk. You and Ash seem to do okay. Peak laughs, their light and easy laugh. Ash is not like other people, which I'm sure you've noticed. If only everyone was like Ash. They fade off, something drawing their attention. I think things would be very different if everyone was like Ash, I gotta say. What I mean is people have caused me a lot of trouble. I've had people hate me without knowing a thing about me. I'm sure you know the feeling. Yeah, I do. Pete glances at you. Sorry to hear that. It marks you, am I right? It does. Peek nods. You both walk in silence for a moment. Not an awkward silence, but one of solidarity. Peek leads you around a corner, heading back to the main cordon access way. I appreciate you coming in and helping us on the sleeper, on talking to the crew and, well, you know. Maybe after this insane plan is done, we can talk properly. They keep looking ahead and you realize they're nervous. I'd like that. Peek smiles, looking down at their feet. That settles then, they say to the floor. Better report the news to Esh. We have ourselves a tug escort. Peek stops at the intersection. See you soon, Sleeper, and please take care. And with that, they drift away, their head down, their gait changing as they do, their practiced invisibility shrouding them like a cape. Okay. So, with any luck, we'll be able to... This is also interface. So, we need 4s and above for the final 2. Oh, wait. Ooh, nice. Yeah, if they're gonna make it through, they need this. Alright. Just one more, and then we gotta start working on the scrap. We're cutting it close, but... there's a chance. There is a chance. Alright, I haven't been farming mushrooms lately, which means I don't have much stabilizer. But I don't need to use any today. Not today. That's bad. It's a bad roll. Oh, Sleeper. Peek is waiting for you when you leave, but they look different. Pale, drawn out. You need to come up to the Briar, now. They don't meet your eye. What's happened? Not here. Come to the ship. We'll be waiting. Peek walks away. Don't take long. With that, they disappear around the corner, leaving you anxious and confused. Well, something tells me something went wrong. As you walk into the Climbing Briar's cavernous bay, now filled with crates and containers, Esh is waiting for you. In front of her, sliced open with its inside scattered across the top of a heavy-duty crate, is an object you recognize, Helen's drone. You freeze. Come in quick. Peek nudges you into the bay, looking behind you before sealing the entryway. We have to start being careful. You move closer to the container, your eyes on the drone splayed out in pieces, some parts of it hooked up to a slate that Peek picks up and begins tapping away at. Ash looks up from the dissection. Lieutenant buzzing around nearby, heading for the ship. She leans over and taps the HA sigil on one of the removed pieces of plating. It's a Haven Edge spy. We think we got to it before it sent data back, but we can't be sure. Peek looks at you nervously. Ash cuts in. Have you noticed anyone watching you? Any drones like this? Anyone following you up to the Briar? I wasn't able to actually tell you anything about this beforehand. I've seen the drone. Following you? I met its owner. Ash pauses for a while, Peek looking between the two of you. Explain, Sleeper, Ash says quietly. Tell them. You explain that you met with Helen at the Cordon, and you tell Ash and Peek about what she told you, that the Haven Edge Council are debating lifting quarantine, but they are blocked by the hardliners. You speak faster and faster, but before you can finish, Ash walks away in anger, then comes back again, her eyes burning. What's this, Sleeper? Have you understood nothing from what we told you? She paces in front of you. Haven Edge are not your friends, they're administrators, which means they're interested only in their own power, their own survival, their own causes. They divide people as easily as sorting livestock. The greater good of their work demands it. The wider project of the station, the colony, the nation. Her eyes are wide as she speaks, her anger barely contained. Okay, I'm not saying I agree with her. I would have told you guys immediately if I'd seen a prompt to. But I didn't get one. I didn't agree with her at all. You know, like, physically, the game didn't give me the choice to tell you any sooner. Peek cuts in. Listen to them, please, Ash. They're with us. Peek glances between you two. What was the Sleeper supposed to do? They were ambushed by this Helene. I only listened. Let me tell you something, Sleeper, Ash says, her rage hardening into pain. When people become administrators, they give up something. Some part of being human, being an equal among others, goes away. They start talking about the greater good, the systems, the ways in which their hands are tied or their processes compromised. My mother was the administrator of Hawthorne, and I saw what it did to her. That noble, higher calling, it's toxic. People should never have the choice to decide the fate of others, and those that do so at the cost of their humanity. Peek tries to cut in, but Ash holds up a hand. Don't start, Peek. Don't ask me to be reasonable or calm down. Thousands of people are desperate out there. Being reasonable will only prolong their suffering. They need supplies now. They need them now. Waiting for bureaucracy to catch up is just gonna kill people. You're right. Ash doesn't move for a moment. Then she lifts a hand to rub her temples. She goes to say something, then stops. She walks back to the bay and starts checking the straps on the crates. She was expecting me to argue with her. She's just like, what do I do? I'm right? What do I do with that? What do I do with that? I'll make the run. She yanks on a strap. No more distractions. Sleeper. Peek looks torn. You have to understand, this is personal for Ash. Okay, I'll say, I can still say that Helen warned me. Warned you what, Sleeper? That we shouldn't do the run. What do you expect? Peek looks tired. I'm telling them just in case that, you know, they see something that they didn't consider, but this will get the entire plan in working order, so it's gonna be the best shot they're gonna have. You glance around the Bay of Briar, the walls seeming closer every second. This whole thing is closing in on you, and the question is, where do you want to be when it all collapses? You look at Peak. And what do you think, Sleeper? Peak rubs their forehead. Should we do this thing or not? I don't know. You've got everything. Like, you've got almost everything. Like, I even want to get you the scrap components, even though I need them for my own livelihood. But you gotta at least try. You damn heroes, you gotta at least try. Peak nods. Okay then. They squeeze your shoulder. Onward. They slip away to help Esh, leaving you alone to replay the conversation in your head. A certain kind of grim determination settling in the room. Last chance to prepare. Alright. Sabotage sensors. Blind spot created. Peak is waiting for you when you slip out of the operations center, nervously poking at their small slate. Sleeper! They hiss. Follow what you were doing on the network. Incredible work. How do you do that? It comes naturally. Peak smiles. I can't tell if that's modesty or just the truth. Interfacing skills like that, it's almost worth being... Sorry, I didn't mean... Nothing's worth being a sleeper. Peak nods, unsure what to say. You and Peak quietly slip into the main walkway and work your way back to the public areas of the cordon. Havenage has had to quickly respond to the flotilla's arrival, and that means a lot of contractors and spacers walking through these corridors. You blend in easily enough. I haven't actually met a sleeper before, Peak begins, as you might have guessed. They smile nervously. Hawthorne is an XPR service outpost, and since the collapse, no one came for refueling or repairs anymore. So my generation has never met anyone outside the company. We heard about sleepers. They nod in your direction. From the data packets that come through the XPR every once in a while, they usually contain news along with the corporate propaganda, but the reports were light on the details. SNARP have kept the sleeper program pretty quiet anyway, and I think XPR are only interested in telling their employees about it because it made a living in our company town look like the good life, in comparison to being a piece of corporate Oh wow, there's popcorn in here! They freeze. Because there's popcorn! Popcorn's delicious! Sorry, again, I don't mean... They look down. I'm just not sure how to talk about this stuff. It's okay. Peak smiles. I'll shut up about it now. You walk on a little further, the walkway becoming busier. You both relax a little more and go with the flow of people. I just want to say I think I understand. They begin again. Clearly this has been on their mind. I understand the need to escape, to get free of it all. The structures, the systems, the company horizons in a company town. They stare ahead. The small places, small corridors, small people. They look away. The slow death it brings. That's it. They turn to you. I get why you signed up to be a sleeper, and why you escaped from that, too. It was like leaving one life to become more of the same. I guess, but it's probably not as simple. It's probably not simple. I know, I'm just saying... Oh, I didn't mean to make you feel bad, though. You walk in silence, each of you in your own thoughts, but moving together through space nonetheless. After a while, you come to the entrance of the cordon, where handfuls of workers and crews filter in and out through two huge loading bay doors. Okay, they pause. I'm heading back to the Briar. Once again, incredible work on the sensors. That's blind spot you created. That should give us a real advantage. See you soon. They head off, disappearing into the crowd almost immediately, outrunning their own nervousness. Well, let's go see if we can buy our way to having enough scrap. If all three, if all three are regular scrap components. We don't even need to loot another one. It's a damn ship mind! Oh my god! Why do I even talk? Why do I even talk? Oh my fucking god! You're horrible. You're horrible. Why couldn't it have been like this at the beginning of the game? Oh my god! It's so rigged. Well... boom! I got a ship mind! Yay! It's really incredible, you know? Okay. I have to get more energy because I'm gonna do something stupid. I'm doing something super stupid, come on. Alright, that's a lot of minus energy, but we did get a scrap. Alright. That should do the trick. Nice. Time to go grab some more food, though. Like, I just shopped at Emphas, and then it's like, Emphas, 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 Emphas! You're not gonna believe it, but I'm still hungry! What is wrong with you? I know, right? What could you possibly be doing that you need this much food? Alright. Here you go. Scrap. You look over the pile of scrap components lying in the briar. You look around. The bay is empty. Ash and Peak either elsewhere on the station or on the bridge a couple levels up. You begin sorting through the pile, separating out useful components and boxing them by use. You don't recognize everything you find, but before long you get into the rhythm of sorting. As you do, your mind starts to drift, your attention being drawn into the dark corners of the bay. The briar is in surprisingly good condition, considering that Hawthorne and XPR must have been operating it for decades by now. The marks of care are everywhere, from the delicate patch jobs, polished to meld into the original finish, or the carefully bound wiring running through its custom trunking. Ash loves this ship, that much is clear. Something catches your eye in one of the dark corners, a matte black stack of crates you hadn't spotted before. They are sleek and compact, tucked away behind some of the bigger, more worn containers. Sure, I can investigate. You put the components away and go over to look at the sleek crates. You run your hands across their textured surface, but there's a little hint of what lies inside the opaque metal casing. Is it another ship mind? Oh, shit. Then you see a yellow symbol embossed into the far side of the crate, a universal sigil used by spacers, corporation, and manufacturers alike. It's one you've seen throughout your time as a sleeper, its meaning all too familiar. Explosive contents. You hear a hiss, and Esh comes up through the bay's lock. She barely registers your presence, nodding at you as she passes. Sleeper? She busies herself with some task at the back of the bay. She's not gonna like it. She's not gonna like this. She's not gonna like that I don't like this. She's not gonna like that I don't like this. Please, please, for the love of all things good, tell me it's for the quarantine barrier and not for the refugee ships, because if it's for the refugee ships, what even was the fucking point? Then you'd be a big liar. So it better be for the damn quarantine. This had better be an act of terrorism and not just not an act of utter brutality, okay? I'm just saying, if you're gonna blow some shit up, at least be ethical about it. Alright. What are those? Ash doesn't turn around from whatever she's busy with. There's more supplies, Sleeper, just like everything else here. You think of anything else to ask, but you sense the atmosphere has now somehow shifted. You quickly finish up the sorting and slip out, waving goodbye to her back as you do. Well, we did it. We prepared for the run. Well, I guess you guys have fun with that. I've got some mushroom farming to do, I guess. Because that's my job now. I'm a mushroom farmer. I farm mushrooms. I wish it was slightly more optimized than this. But, you know. Whatever it takes to survive, right? Alright. Need to use a stabilizer. But soon we can start gathering more scrap. Alright. And cycle. They're gonna do the run. I don't know if it's gonna happen actually ahead of schedule or what. Okay. Well. There's nothing more I can do on that front. Gotta just let them go. I made my choice. So we gotta just go with it. If I needed more food, I'd sell some matsutake mushrooms, but I don't. So I'm just gonna cook myself some food. Hell, why not even work a shift? It's been a while since I worked a bar shift. Nice. If I had a little more, like if I had one more upgrade, I'd go for Endure at this point, because, like, getting this more stable would be great. Nice. Keep it steady, keep it steady. I got lucky. Got lucky. Alright. Just work while we're close. Alright. Just making sure there's absolutely nothing out here. Alright. They're gonna head out tomorrow. What happens now happens. Oh, let's just repair myself a little bit, you know? Gotta keep stable. She's gone, Sleeper. Peek is breathless and shaking. She started the run without us. Shit. Let's go. If we head up to the cordon now. Peek starts back up the corridor. They turn back. She has to make it, Sleeper. She has to. A shiver runs down your spine. Ash. I hope you know what you're doing. Now I get another 6. The cordon. You arrive, frantic and anxious at the cordon. Peek is nowhere to be seen. Then you hear footsteps, hammering on the metal stairway. Helen's drone led you through the metal stairway Helen's drone led you through before, the one that leads up to the observation deck. You leap up the stairs 2 at a time and make it to the top, momentarily blinded by the light pouring into the observation deck. Sleeper. Peek emerges from the light. I don't know, she's trying to protect me, but... It's okay, she chose. But it was my choice, Sleeper. I'm not a child anymore, I can fight for myself. They turn away. There she is. Peek rushes to the wide window, leaning forward to catch a glimpse of the Climbing Briar's blue XPR livery against the black of the void. You spot the Climbing Briar, a glint of blue and white, and beside it the red glare of a tug's lights. The tug crew went with her. Peek smiles. I knew they'd keep their word. That'll help. Peek doesn't seem to hear you, but the idea of the crew backing Esh up makes you smile. Maybe this thing will work. Or maybe they're gonna fucking blow everything up. You watch as the Briar and its tug escort arc down toward the edge of the cordon, demarcated by the red lights of the perimeter system. So far, so good. The Briar will just look like another refugee ship being escorted into the cordon, at least at a glance. Peek grips the rail as Esh reaches the edge of the cordon, that invisible net of sensors splayed between ships and drones. Now let's hope the blind spot triggered. You think back to the mess of systems you had to wade through to set it up, the delicate contingencies you set up to trigger the sensor blackout at just the right moment. Without noise, without ceremony, the Briar slides through the cordon. You await the flickering of alarm lights, the swarming of drones, but nothing, just another cycle, just another ship. Esh is in. Both you and Peek let out a breath you've been holding and laugh. How'd she do it? Peek smiles, shaking their head. She's good. Or we did it. Or we did it. Peek smiles wider. Yeah, we did. They laugh. You feel a little shaky from the tension, but Peek's ease helps you settle. You imagine Esh steely-eyed in the pilot seat of the Briar, searching for a place to dock. Maybe being stubborn has its advantages. You okay? Me? Peek sighs. I think that took years off my life, but I gotta hand it to Esh. She was right. You and Peek turn back to the window, looking for the Briar amongst all those hulls, the calm fading as new worries settle in. You spot the Briar first this time, docking with the largest of the ships, a vast converted tanker, half its protective plates removed. You think about the effort it must have taken to get that thing all the way here from the inner system. You watch the Briar, unable to get any sense of progress from its placid exterior. They'll be offloading everything now, Peek says, both assuring you and themselves that everything is going to plan. Yeah, they'll unload everything, including explosives. They will. You think of all the supplies loaded into the Briar and how long the process of unloading them might take. The bay was packed, rammed with everything you could offer, and the thought of bringing all that to the flotilla makes you smile. You think of the reaction of the refugees, of the welcome they'll give Esh as the bearer of such gifts. Yeah, I'd be pretty thankful if someone brought me some explosives. You even imagine a smile from Esh as she's showered with thanks. You focus on that as you watch the Briar and continue the nervous wait for it to finish unloading. It's breaking off. Peek points at the Briar, and you see the puff of air and dust that accompanies the emergency depressurization. Esh must have ended things early, but why? Why? God. You take what you can get. Oh, no. And you see them, the tugs closing in on the Briar. Haven Edge must have spotted the ship. You and Peek are up against the window again, willing the Briar a safe path out of the flotilla. Suddenly, the Briar shifts in space, a blue blur between two hulls. Peek whistles. Look at that! They smile at you. Looks like those upgrades we put together worked. So fast. You watch as Esh cuts through the crowded flotilla, the tugs not daring to follow her dangerous path and peeling away. It's hard to keep track of the Briar, and suddenly both of you and Peek are searching the black for a sign. Where is she gone? Then all of a sudden she is out, blue against the black, pulling away from the cordon on a wide arc back towards the station. A clean run. Peek cheers and smiles at you. We did it, she's out! They beam uncontrollably at you, the tension released. You find yourself smiling too, smiling at these two beautiful idiots on their beautiful ship. Then Peek is hugging you, squeezing you with all the nervous energy that had been building. Thank you, Sleeper. We did this together. They step back, still smiling. We did something. Come on. They rush out the observation deck. Let's meet her. Nice! I've got 3 points now, so I can, I wanted endure, I think. For, like, being able to get more scrap, just in case. Because it's kind of that important, I'm realizing. Alright. You and Peak rush into the Briar, finding yourselves in the now empty bay. The change is a reminder of what you achieved, and looking around you feel all the more satisfied. A hiss sounds at the far end of the bay, and Esh enters, looking exhausted. Peak runs up to embrace her, but she sits down on the bay floor before they reach her. You did it! They sit beside her. Esh, you were incredible! She smiles a small smile at this, laying her hand on Peak's shoulder. You suddenly feel like you're intruding, seeing the two of them like this, quiet and content. Sleeper! Peak calls. Come on over! You cross the bay and sit beside them on the hard metal floor. Esh, Peak asks, did you give the flotilla our chairs? They both burst out laughing at the ridiculousness of it all, at the exhaustion and the worry and everything else. You laugh too, it's impossible not to, and after a while you come to a stop, Peak wiping their eyes and Esh shaking their head. You would have loved to see it, Sleeper, Esh says quietly. The welcome I got. They came to greet the ship once I docked to offload the supplies. I told them I was coming, of course, as soon as I got inside the cordon. But there were so many. Children, families. They were smiling at me, shaking my hand. Sol was there too, Peak, and he's just as gruff as he sounds over comms. She smiles. They took it all crate after crate until the ship was emptied out. Ash looks away. But there were so many, and even with everything we managed to bring, they needed more. They made me promise I would try to come back. Ash! Peak shakes their head. You know we can't do that twice. Ash stands up. What are we supposed to do? Wait for them to lift the quarantine? She's angry again, that familiar tension rising in her voice. Peak tries to pull her back down. Sit, Ash. Rest. You've done all you can for today. Don't peek, I know my limits. Ash hardens. Okay, well, seeing as they didn't catch you, perhaps they will lift it. They know the flotilla poses no danger now, and they can account for the extra load on the life support. If they can account for the extra load. It might not pose no danger, Peak. Ash walks away toward the ladder that leads to the upper part of the ship. They might not pose no danger, they might pose some danger now. I need a rest, Peak. She holds up a hand. Sleeper. Then she limps up the ladder, step by painful step. I'm afraid if you were expecting a change in Ash's demeanor. It's okay, let her rest. Peak nods. I think I need some rest, too. They put a hand on your shoulder and get up from the floor. We couldn't have done this without you, Sleeper, and I know those in the flotilla would thank you, too. Go rest. Peak limps up the ladder, too, leaving you alone on the metal floor of the bay. Your thoughts drift to all those people in the flotilla, sleeping and sitting on metal floors like this. Children, families, playing in cargo bays and repurposed fuel tanks. You know their story isn't over yet, and you look forward to meeting them. The quarantine will lift. You feel more sure of this fact every moment, even though you aren't sure why. You lie back on the metal and stare at the ceiling. What was it Feng told you, Erlin said? The eye opens for us all? Maybe the old guy was right. A home for the lost. You like the idea of that. Maybe in time you can help make that a reality. But something's bothering you. A sliver of a thought like a splinter you can't extract. Why are 1,000 refugees coming here now? People don't abandon their homes for nothing. What wave is rushing through the system, and when will it reach the eye? You shudder on the cold metal floor and get up. Something is coming. You can feel it. This isn't over. I have no active drives. That's weird. Episode Flex complete. The first part of the story is complete. Refuge begins when the cycle clock below is filled. Good luck. Okay, so we got 3 cycles before that happens. My voice is getting tired though, so we might like do some small things like get those other 2 endings up at the center of the eye, and we might want to stop actually after that.
Let's have a drink.
Cheers. We'll see. We'll see what I feel up to. Alright. Stretch your arms out. And then up and stretch and stretch and stretch and slowly lower them down to your sides. Stretch over to the left and stretch, 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 and back. And stretch over to the right and stretch, 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 and back. And we're gonna twist that spine. Twist, 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 and back. And we're gonna twist over to the left and twist, 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 and back. And roll on the shoulders and relax. Whew. Alright. Sure, let's see if we get better dice. Okay. Neat. Yeah. The funny thing is that I don't actually need to work anymore. Now that I'm a mushroom farmer, I can just sell mushrooms. I mean, I guess that's my work, but it's not really too intensive, honestly. Like, if I go sell some of these right now, like 80 cryo for 3 is pretty damn good. And then we can cook some of the rest. Honestly, we're coasting, man. We're coasting. Yeah. So I think that means next cycle, so much room for self-improvement in the meantime. So much! So much! Alright. Let's end the cycle. Alright. So, that's still gonna be a couple days. But... let's go up. Let's get those, other endings up here. Ambergris. Working on Amber again is a joy. You know every inch of this hull. After all, you fitted half of it. With drones. Amber looks better than she ever has before. Bliss has done an incredible job of cleaning up the hull, and despite the exterior changes being limited, she has the impression of being lighter, somehow sleeker than before. Moritz drifts by. He's been loading up the final equipment onto Amber. Turns out Ankita will be taking her weapons, but packed and ready to sell the first Star Wars belt port she hits. But now that Moritz is done, he seems in a kind of daze, floating back and forth aimlessly. You okay, Moritz? What's that? He turns. All right, yeah, packed and stacked. He smiles a weak smile. I was hoping Miss Cassetta would let me keep a warhead. What do you think of her? Miss Cassetta? He shrugs. She seems tired and old, like older than she looks. Hey, Sleeper. He looks down. Did you know Bliss was leaving? You understand now. She told him. That's why he's like this. I did. He nods distractedly. She said this place is mine. He looks up around the bay like it's suddenly some vast space he doesn't know what to do with. You'll do a great job. He looks down at you. Hey, thanks. He smiles. I appreciate you saying that. Not many people believed in me before now. First Bliss, then you. A dark look suddenly crosses his face. Hey, Sleeper, there was something Bliss said. He meets your eye. Are you going to? Before you can answer, Ankita glides into the bay, a massive crate on her shoulder. Sleeper, are you coming or what? Bliss is already on board. She stops by the terminal, holding herself in place. Moritz looks at her with a dazed expression. You look at Ankita. She's keeping it together now. She's packed all those bad feelings down someplace where you'll never see them and built a tough foundation on top. She may not be a mercenary anymore, but you imagine most people would think twice before trying to cross her. Well? She looks at you. I'm not eager to spend another moment of my time on this station unless I have to. She pauses, looking between you and Moritz. I'll give you a minute. and she kicks off with the crate, taking it to the end of the bay, where the Amber sits docked. You look back at Moritz. Well, like I said, I'm gonna get the ending, so I'm going. Moritz looks like he might pass out. I get it. He steels himself. It's the right decision. Thank you. Hey, thank you for working with me these past cycles. He smiles a shaky smile. I learned a lot. Hey, look. He moves a little closer. You've got to find what you need. I did. Bliss, this place, this was everything I needed. He sniffs. I was in a bad place and this pulled me out. He looks away. You go find it. Ankita comes back across the bay, the final crate stowed. You coming then, sleeper? I'm coming. She nods. Well, okay then, come on over with your things and I'll get you settled. She pauses. I'm sure Amber will be happy to have you. You both glide away from Moritz, his eyes wet but a smile on his face. He waves as you go, dwarfed by the vast bay, and you hope you'll make it, even though you know somehow that he will. Ankita helps you through the lock and onto Amber, and the sense of familiarity is overwhelming. You think about all the time you spent working in these corridors, listening to these sounds, diagnosing those hisses. Ankita gives you a moment before she speaks. Look, Sleeper, I'm not going to go back over everything that happened. She sighs. I'm trying to put that behind me. She stops, unsure how to proceed. I need to learn to trust you again. She nods. I understand. She stops. You don't ever need to trust me again if you don't want to. She shakes her head. I mean, take your time, I get it. She sounds pained, tired. As you move down the corridor towards the berth, she tries again. I don't think it was what I thought the wrong things about who or what you are. I think I just didn't think of you, I didn't think about how things might affect you. And I realized I've been like that for a long time. Focused, stubborn, willing to get the job done at any cost. She pauses. This is hard for you, but you don't want to interrupt. Well, I'm sick of paying the cost. I'm sick of being used as an extension of something bigger, something crueler than me, and having that cruelty, that violence flow through me. I just want to be me for a while. She looks down, or at least figure out who that is. She takes a deep breath. So what I'm saying is, you can get off at the first port we hit in the belt. I wouldn't blame you, it's a smart move. She pauses. Or you can stick around and we'll see if we can find a way to make space for all of us. She looks away, her energy exhausted. I'll think about it. She nods. Nothing else. This is you. She turns you to a small room with a bunk and a porthole to the flickering lights outside. The outside wall is sloped like a roof, and tucked beneath it is a small desk and a terminal. Bliss is next door. I think she's in the hold right now. She said she wanted to make sure the warheads are locked down tight. Ankita observes your nervous response. They are, obviously. She gives you a look. Ankita slips away, and you look around the room. You go over to the porthole and place your hand on the wall and feel Amber purr. You think you're gonna like it here. You stay like that for a while, looking out the porthole, one hand on the wall, feeling the ship. It's through that porthole that you will watch the eye getting smaller and smaller, drowning in the black. At some point, it'll become so small that you could hold it between your thumb and index finger, and then it will wink out, and you won't be able to see it anymore. And it's at that moment that you will finally exhale and collapse onto your bunk. In moments, you will be asleep, and when you wake up, it will be among friends, on your way to somewhere new. I set off to the starboard belt with a friend out running their shadow. That one's kind of sweet. Of course, that does mean that we have to do the other one, I think, too, right? How many times will we see the credits today? It's not like something that happens most time when you game, right? It's not like, at least like in a first playthrough, right? If you're a speedrunner, you might see the credits of a game like 80 times a day. I don't know, depending on how fast the run is. Credits warp? Yeah, 80 times a day. Alright. Let's not go this time. Let's see. Alright, we're gonna have to... UK. Yeah, for what? Oh, it might be a cool thing to have a warhead around. Yeah, I knew. Can you manage it? He looks down at you, his glazed look on his face. I don't know, I just don't know. A dark look crosses his face. Yeah, are you going to? Okay. I'm staying. Moritz looks like he might pass out. Sleeper, are you sure? Are you doing this for me? I'm staying for me. Moritz nods then. Alright, you're staying. He grins. Nikita comes back into the bay, the final crate stowed. You staying then, Sleeper? Okay, so that means that you didn't assume that I was coming or going. You're purposely, like, listening in on what I'm saying. But, yeah, I'm staying. She nods. Okay, then, one less mouth to feed. She pauses. Look, Sleeper, I'm not gonna go back over everything that happened. I'm trying to put that behind me, but I hope you'll find what you're looking for out here. She smiles, then kicks off, gliding toward the ambergris and the starward belt beyond. You both watch in silence as Amber's drives fire up. I guess this is our place now, says Moritz, the weight of everything suddenly hitting him. It's your place. He smiles. Okay, but I'll need some help from time to time. You both stay a while to watch Amber and Bliss and Akita leave. Then Moritz goes to the racks to finally implement a new organizational system, and you head out, promising to be back to check on things soon. As you glide around the soft curve of the hub, you catch glimpses of the distant stars flickering through the windows. They're beautiful, it's true, but by now you think of them as a distraction. In your time on the Eye, you've realized there's nothing out there waiting for you. No fresh starts and no bright futures, just a whole load of problems you haven't found yet. No, your place is here, among the people you know and the problems you know. You wish Ankita and Bliss the best of luck out in the belt, but as you do focus on the Eye, on the vast spinning rim that rotates around its hub, on the buildings and flashing lights, on its people and places, this is your home, and for now it contains all the futures you need. The fixed stars. Anything can be repaired with enough time and effort. Oh, the amount of repairs that Amber's needed. Oh my goodness. I wonder what the other achievements are. Like, have I been locked out at the final two? Or are they also, like, chapter related? Yeah. I think they're chapter related. I don't know. We'll see, because I gotta come back next week, don't I? I gotta finish it, don't I? It's too much for my voice, and we don't have enough time to, like, do all of that probably tonight. So that means they have to come back next week. But that also means that I probably should pick out an extra game as well to play after, because I imagine it's probably going to take, like, 3 hours or something like that. Maximum. And then, like, we play something else after. I know, you're looking so smug right now. Citizen Sleeper 2? Hold on. I just got gifted a game key, okay? For something else. I'm definitely gonna play that first. Because that's right, you know. I think this is a good time to talk about it, that I just got gifted a key to Rift of the Necrodancer, which is something I've been looking forward to. So, I'm going to... I'd probably be overwriting the Hollow Knight stream this week with a Rift of the Necrodancer stream. But I will still be practicing the bosses that I need for defeating P5 because, you know, you can never be too prepared for Pantheon 5. You can Never be too prepared. Have you ever had a dream that you want them to do so you could do anything? I hope that's a good enough impression for you. That poor kid. They were trying so hard. Next round is yours. Moritz arrives at the table with a couple of steel drink canisters. Typical of the hub's only bar, the Gimbal Lounge. He settles into the webbing beside the table and clunks them down onto the magnetic table. This place, you've decided, is ridiculous. I mean, yeah, it's a spinning ball inside a ring. Like, a rapidly spinning cavernous sphere, the gimbal's weak gravity, just like gravity of the eye's rim, is created by its gut-wrenching rotation. The interior surface of the sphere is the gimbal's floor, which descends toward the equator, where one long bar loops around the entire circumference. Tumbling out from that central ring are an array of booths and seating arrangements, equipped with all kinds of harnesses and webbing to keep customers in place. Those harnesses are there because the gimbal doesn't quite spin fast enough, and you watch as the clientele bounce toward the bar in lazy arcs, or shift from table to table with graceful leaps. Yeah, it really does seem dumb. Whoa, what are you thinking? Asked Moritz, noticing you staring out into the gimbal. How weird this place is. Moritz glances around, as if for the first time. Yeah, Bliss never used to like coming here. Moritz takes a drink and stretches. So, Sleeper, you sticking around? If you'll have me. Moritz nods. Of course, I'm gonna need help in the bay. Moritz rubs the back of his head. One cycle at a time, that's how we'll take it. Nice and easy. You aren't sure if he's talking to himself or you. Let's start already. Moritz laughs. Alright. He lifts his drink for a toast. To the next cycle! To the next cycle! He pronounces and knocks it back. Later, when you finally leave the gimbal, Moritz is still laughing. You help him out of the spinning gimbal and back to the hub, sending him on his way home to the bay. Then you pause for a moment to watch the stars as they spin and spin around the eye. You smile to yourself and think of Bliss and Ankita out there somewhere among those points of light. To the next cycle. To the next cycle. Alright, that's a well-paying job now. The bay is taking on low-scale repair contracts now. Moritz is happy to offload some work to you. Sure. Take a little bit of that. Oh. I still got a random piece of scrap, though. If I end up needing a ton of it for the jobs next week, I know where to go. Maybe I'm just traumatized. Maybe. Do you think they'll need 2 ship mines? I mean, they might. Also, it's been a while since I fed the cat. Hold on. Good kitty. Can you imagine having an apartment, like, going there, feeding the stray cats outside and leaving? Don't worry, they'll need 5. I can afford to buy some, at least, so it wouldn't be the worst thing that would happen to me. I'd still be a little miffed, but, you know, whatever. Alright. Let's go ahead and, honestly, for the first time ever, let's sunbathe. Wow, look at that. It's free. Okay. And we can repair with a little bit of scrap. And rest. We still got some things to finish up, but that's gonna have to wait for next week when my voice has recovered. So we're gonna go ahead and quit the game. I want to thank you guys so much for watching. Let's go ahead and turn on some lovely music to listen to while we go ahead and wind down. This doesn't sound like winding down music, I'm not gonna lie. This will get me some extra time to make sure that the podcast episode is ready tomorrow. That's right, the podcast episode. I haven't actually gotten it exported yet. Can you believe that? I might have some problems. But go ahead and take a look at that. Our next episode is going up tomorrow, and it is on Eternal Threads, which has been a lovely slice of life game where you have to try to get people to not die in a fire. You know, like all my favorite slice of life games. So I hope that you guys enjoyed that episode, because we really enjoyed playing the game, and we want to tell you why we enjoyed it. And if you want to help support the channel, I've got some plugs here, like I've got a Patreon and I got a YouTube, and these are some of the best places to help support my channel, so go ahead and take a look at those. Remember, I'm going to be back on Friday, and I think I've already just decided that the Hollow Knight stream is being kicked to the curb in favor of Rift of the Necrodancer, so that's going to be... that's going to be real neat. I'm excited to try it out. Alright, let's go ahead and figure out who we're gonna raid today. Of course, on Sunday... Well, I don't have any water left.
Let's have a drink.
Holy shit, Jay Chili's playing Slay the Spire for the first time? What do you mean he's never played Slay the Spire before? Excited to try this game? He really hasn't played this game before? What the fuck? How? No, we're gonna need a raid in on this. Okay? Like, Slay the Spire is only one of the best games ever made, okay? I know, there's only a few, specific games that I'll throw around the title of one of the best games ever made, too, okay? Slay the Spire revolutionized what deck builder video games were, okay?
Right.
No, come on! Come on! It's true! Come on! They revolutionized it! Fine, shun me if you want. We're still gonna raid. That sounds like somebody who's got a serious case of inside bones. Okay. You know what? For once, I'll take those inside bones, alright? If liking Slay the Spire means I've got inside bones, Alright, go ahead and copy this raid message, guys. Put any emotes on the end of it that you want, any of them at all, so we can bring the party in it. Bonk your head. That's right, bonk your head on it. That was the lightest bonk ever. I made sure to control the speed of my head. I'm not hurt. Don't think that I wouldn't actually bonk my head on it. That would disturb Barnaby. That's the most important part, right? That Barnaby's okay. Crack my skull open as long as Barnaby's fine. Alright. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope that you guys have a great rest of your week. I will see you guys again on Friday, alright? With all that being said, I love you. Goodbye!